Thank you. So let's start. In half an hour, Yulia Sviridenko will join us, the first Vice President, Minister of Economy. She is back from her business trip to Germany. But for the welcoming work, I would like Yulia Sokolovska from the Office of the President. She is the Deputy Head of the Presidential Office. Yulia, you are welcome to the stage. Hello, dear participants of the forum. You know, getting ready for the forum, I thought of March 22, then the team started to assess the losses of infrastructure because of the Russian Federation aggression. We started to join and think what kind of methodologies, provide their expert opinion, engage international partners and different systems. But another team at the same time, and I appreciate for the leadership and coordination of UNDP, started to do everything possible that under any assessment of the losses, we should not forget about the losses of human capital. And at the same period of time, among other things, we planned to do a comprehensive assessment of the impact of the war on people, and this assessment considers 5 general subjects in terms of life, education, health care, terms of living, food safety, gender equality, and social integration. After this work, there were lots of other studies, and with great pride and acknowledgement, I'm looking at the subject of human capital is development and preservation takes its leadership position among the government priorities. At the same time, getting ready for this forum, I decided to look at the strategy which was approved by the President June last year, human capital strategy. In 21, the strategy mentioned that human development index, which reflects the development, considering health, access to knowledge, lifelong, Ukraine was 74 among 189 countries and territories. And that was for the report on 2019 on UNDP website. The lower GDP per capita, Ukraine really is lagging behind. Reading those statements, it becomes obvious that a lot of things changed since that time, and the problem with human capital development are obvious. Got worse. We should understand and think how to change our government policy in the context that 6 million people left the country. 5 million people formally got the status of IDPs. Kids are losing the opportunity for good quality education, and some kids being deported forcefully, taken to the Russian Federation. And people get the disability status. More than 270,000 people got the status of the unemployment. Is another issue. At the same time, I would like to draw attention that regardless of all the challenges, where the country are moving forward and introducing the modern rehabilitation system and the best international standards and recovery of an individual, including the mental recovery and the leadership of the First Lady, becomes our philosophy. We can develop the healthcare system, putting modern equipment, talented professionals, develop partnership, develop the network, rebuild what was ruined. If we look at digitalization, we digitalize social payments, the pensions, and we try to simple access for people to those, because for the many of those this is the main source of with added to social services market development, when the providers, NGOs, private communal bodies would be able to provide quality services, considering the care services, including the care services. So the important for the neighbors who would continue the career, get the economic independence, and continue being economically independent. This is an important issue for the gender equality. We as a country introduced active employment program, support entrepreneurship program for the people with disability, including disability for women, for the veterans, other categories, to promote the development of human capital. The transformation in education, the increase in innovation, safety. So my point is, all these practical, very practical things fill in, complement any strategy, and our focus that we are, as a country, would be able to return our human capital and develop our human capital. I would like to thank all who are part of this event, who are looking to the issue of human capital and comprehensive nature. Would like to thank all our international partners who help us a lot with their expertise and our development. Wish all the best in our forum. Thank you. Thank you, Yulia. Thank you for the support. I would like to invite our international partners, Council Janis de Mol, the Kingdom of Netherlands, His Excellency.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm really impressed by the numbers. It's really Dutch weather out there, and so many nevertheless came. So it is a pleasure to be here. When I saw the introduction, actually, human capital, I thought, well, this is an interesting topic because I really am involved in these issues, and I think they're actually crucial. So let me say a few things on the topic. First of all, it's all about people. And this is what matters. But numbers also matter. And I would like to raise this issue a little bit further. So there's a war going on, and we have to keep the economy afloat. These are two essential things that I, as a representative of a country, are deeply involved with. We talk about the future. We talk about keeping the economy alive, developing new business models, stimulating companies, changed economy. We're talking about defense industries. We talk about energy sector, IT cluster, etc., etc. But you also need people for that. And a lot of people are actually nowadays abroad. In my country, in the Netherlands, there are about 100,000 Ukrainians. They very easily integrate into our society, and they are actually very much appreciated. And there, at the same time, is also a risk, because Ukraine also needs these people, and it needs these people and skills and expertise in order to rebuild the country. So one of the challenges that we now see is how to get these people back. And at the same time, if you look at the Dutch economy, for example, we are graying. Me too. I'm getting grayer. So what you see in reality is that we need people. And from that point of view, Ukrainians are very welcome. And it's not only in the Netherlands, this is also happening in the rest of Europe. So starting a dialogue at the highest level, at the political level, about the return of Ukrainians to Ukraine is something that needs to be started as soon as possible when it comes to, well, as far as I'm concerned. You also see that the contribution that Ukrainians are making is impressive, also in our countries. They start businesses, they integrate very easily. The issue is that actually we need people to start up a business in Ukraine. And for that, they need to be stimulated as well. So I think, to be honest, that at the EU level, when you talk about EU integration, it is very important that this topic of setting up businesses in Ukraine with the help of those who are living now abroad is going to be concentrated on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here. I look forward to the discussions, and I also look forward in actively engaging with you to talk about this issue, because it is really very close to the heart of many of us here in the hall. And I really think that actually when you talk about EU integration, it already starts. And it starts with a lot of people living abroad that need to bring their expertise back to the country. So thank you very much. I wish you a very pleasant and productive day. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much for the Kingdom of Netherlands for this support. And now we'd like to welcome Jaakko Silje, the UNDP representative in Ukraine. Let's welcome Jaakko.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here on behalf of UNDP. I also want to express my gratitude to all ministers, specifically for Yulia Srevedenko that will join us later on, but all ministers that are participating here, including also Yulia Sokolovska. Thank you, Yulia, for your kind words, and it's great to be in this partnership also with the President's Office. Specifically also the ambassador from the Netherlands, Denise, our UNDP resident coordinator, who's also participating here. And then specifically also want to thank the participation of the Embassy of Germany for their contributions and financial support to this event as well. Let me maybe start by saying that the ongoing war in Ukraine has led to a profound loss of life and vast internal displacements, as we already heard here before. 17.6 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance, and 6 million people have already left Ukraine in one way or another. And this presents actually an acute challenge, not only for potential GDP loss, but also for diminishing tax revenues, which will really affect Ukraine for decades to come. Human capital is therefore in many ways the backbone of Ukrainians' resilience and progress, and that's why this event here today is so important. This forum aims to bring people together to discuss and create solutions for how the demographic crisis, the labor migration, and access to education, just to mention a few areas, needs and should be solved to also address human capital. I really want to also acknowledge and praise the role of the government and the Office of the President in working together with civil society in a collective effort to deliberate these issues and to come up with solutions as we see here today. I want to appreciate the government's efforts in prioritizing human capital. From a UNDP perspective, human capital is at the center of long-term development, and that is why the recovery policies in Ukraine is also so much aligned to human capital investments. And it's great to see that it's happening in the national recovery policies, but also in the Ukraine plan, which is currently under the EU-Ukraine facility, and how that is being evolved and included. The need for human capital is clearly showcased in a joint UN human impact assessment that was implemented by 12 agencies. And I want to thank my my colleagues from UNICEF, WFP, FAO, OHCHR, UNFPA, UN Women, IOM, UNAIDS, UNHCR, WHO, and OCHA, who together with the RC office and their guidance and the leadership of the RC office brought together a very influential report that looked at what are the challenges faced here in Ukraine. Let me maybe just mention some of the findings that came out from the report. First of all, it indicated that most households experience economic disruption, from job losses to salary cuts to significantly reduced working hours. 44% of households cannot afford essential needs anymore. 45% of the population belongs to at least one vulnerable group, and we see that disproportionately also those groups include people with disabilities and people who are specifically displaced. The amplified risk that women face is significantly increased, including gender-based violence, but at the same time we're seeing that the increased role of women in NGO activities, community decision-making, and resilient building throughout Ukraine has significantly increased as well. UNDP has also commissioned a joint report with the Center for Economic Recovery that brings together a comprehensive research in showcasing different approaches to defining and assessing human capital. It views Ukraine's strategic directions related to the concept of human capital and looks at the roles and functions of ministries and state agencies within this context and what role they should play. We are hopeful that this assessment will serve as a foundation for shaping the public policies in the field of human capital. I want to stress again the importance of both national and international collaboration, which we are seeing here today, which is really remarkable and really finds the solutions also from both international experience, but from Ukrainian realities and the context. And the way that the government of Ukraine and civil society, development partners, and the UN family is coming together to really address a multi-dimensional challenge, which this really is. UNDP and the UN family stands with Ukraine, focusing not only on the immediate recovery, but also on the sustained resilience and inclusive development. And we hope to lay the groundwork for a green, just, inclusive, digital recovery and reconstruction process. I want to express, to finally end, my gratitude to the government officials, international allies, and more importantly, to the resilient Ukrainians. We are recovering and envisioning a brighter, safer, and more prosperous Ukraine through forums such as this. Дякую, thank you very much.
Дуже дякуємо, дуже дякуємо.
Thank you, UNDP, for your support, analytics, and others. Yulia Sviridenko, as I has just been updated, will join us in 15 minutes. And in the meantime, I ask Dmitro Leivch, who is head of his business, amongst other things, who will introduce us to the findings of the study. You have 15 minutes. Thanks a lot. Happy to see you all. So many of you. Development of human capital is a decisive factor of the Ukrainian recovery and growth. So let me appreciate UNDP for supporting the study that, in fact, describes the role of the human capital, the framework that we'll be using to administer it, and otherwise helps us better understand the impact of the war on the development of human capital. Let's start with some graphics, with some visuals. We are all aware that human development and economic growth are two interrelated factors. According to World Bank's data, 30% of the poorest populations live in 10 poor countries. 80% live in the nations where human development index is lower than 0.5%. In other words, there's a direct relation between human development, economic growth, and in turn the quality of life. Therefore, we should focus on developing human capital, human potential in order to support at least 7 to 8% growth annually. Where are we? Well, we are with 1.77 Human Development Index, relatively high, as 74th in the world, as Ms. Sokolowska indicated. At the same time, our GDP is lower as it is in similarly indexed countries. In other words, we fail to convert AGI into higher economic growth rates. Now, what are we supposed to do to increase our human capital and align ourselves with Central European countries, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, whose path we're following, have 1.85. Economic growth is also relatively higher. That is, Ukraine should improve its HDI and be able to convert it to higher economic growth rates. How? By involving foreign investment, making strides in international trade, improve human capital in social areas such as social services, healthcare. Human capital does have effect on economic growth. How exactly? We looked at international experience and have seen that it is important to make quality education accessible to all throughout people's lives. Next, we can invest more in in healthcare or education. Also, we understand we need to make labor market accessible to people. This involves, in our situation, reintegration of our people, making it possible to use their skills in adding value to our economy. This means working actively with vulnerable populations, employment of veterans, promoting return of those Ukrainians who are staying abroad. Over 6 million, according to some estimates. Such a systemic policy is likely to have effect on economic growth and quality of life in the end of the day. However, that's important to define human capital. Unfortunately, we do not operate a clear definition of human capital in Ukraine. Notwithstanding 9 strategy documents such as barrier-free growth, development, all refer to human capital, and Ukraine, however, isn't an exception. There's a lot of international organizations or think tanks that try to provide a definition of human capital. Some believe that it's a combination of social security, education, healthcare. Others give preference to education and skills. We looked at international experience trying to focus on 4 important components: education, healthcare, social component, and of course, the impact of investment onto all 3 components, bringing up productivity. The full-scale invasion that started in 2022, as well as other external shocks, such as the annexation of Crimea and the temporary occupation of certain regions of Ukraine, the coronavirus pandemics, all had taken their toll on the development of human capital. So to RDNA 2 that the government of Ukraine has developed in cooperation with World Bank and international organizations helps see us better the situation in education, healthcare, and social components. That said, World Bank's assessment also includes the estimate of destruction, shelling. We tried our best working with UNDP to project longer-term outcomes, impact of war on. We use gross value added per head per capita. We as inputs, we used the impact of war on three important areas. We looked at the impact the war has had on all these three components: the demographics, aging population. The distinguished ambassador of the Netherlands mentioned that the direct impact, outward migration, all these factors take effect on the population, but there are other components that have effect on the productivity of. So what's the consolidated finding? 252 US billion US dollars through negative effect on human capital, which may reduce the revenues which we could have used to improve the quality of life, promote economic growth, or support quality economic recovery and development. Two figures. Ukraine plan or Ukraine facility, 50 billion US dollars for the forthcoming 4 years, and another figure, the our domestic GDP. These two factors will are going to keep the negative effect on the economic development of Ukraine. Therefore, we have to understand how we can retain human capital, promote return of Ukrainians to Ukraine, involve Ukrainian diaspora and recovery effort, and otherwise mitigate the negative effects. And there are two components labeled yellow as quantity, the blue one quality. If we may say that the impact of the war on the infrastructure or needs for recovery is moderate, in the future the impact on human capital is gonna be very significant. Therefore, we have to understand how we can use human capital in order to provide foundations for further recovery of Ukraine. Interim findings. There are a couple of challenges we have to deal with that arose even before the full-scale invasion. They included complicated demographics, relatively low productivity, but we know that war continues to take its effect on the infrastructure, on the provision of quality services. The government, presidential office are trying their best to mitigate this impact. There are a number of ideas and initiatives, but we still have to understand that longer term it may have a negative effect on the competitiveness of the Ukrainian economy. At the same time, Ukraine is in the process of approximating or joining the European Union. We will become members of the European Union in the long run. The international community has been providing their support to Ukraine. This international community has committed itself to support Ukrainian development after the victory. The most important thing, we have to have such security guarantees that would also be useful for further development of our economy. What have we done in human capital development? First, carried out three major studies to assess there was an impact on human capital. We also looked at how human capital in Ukraine is regulated, which strategic documents govern its development, and we have also looked at the international experience related to the development of human capital and identified five principal directions in which our effort needs to be taken. I already mentioned that we're yet to have a clear definition of human capital. On the other hand, international organizations are yet to find a consensus as to how one is supposed to work with human capital. Us, we need to understand what's more important: economic development, fast recovery, quality of life. They are complicated issues, and events like today's help us build this consensus. We need to understand how war can affect these areas and which weak spots we will have to identify and eliminate. As a nation, we need to understand how we're gonna be measuring our successes in human capital development, national and regional, because without quality statistical data, we can't inform policy choices in the future. So these three issues was something that I tried to cover in my presentation. However, there are two more, and I believe that we will discuss them later. The first issue is our response to challenges. We understand the demographic situation is complicated, future labor market, opportunities in Ukraine should be such as to support economic development. We understand that there should exist an ongoing dialogue between civil society, government, and businesses, and we understand that we need to take a proactive approach in responding the challenges stemming from the full-scale evasion, and insofar as all of us are interested in being able to convert human capital development into economic growth. What is as important is to make sure that all stakeholders coordinate their effort. Let me remind you of the fact that assessing our assessment of the war's impact on human capital is 225 billion. It means that we need to take concentrated effort in order to mitigate this negative impact and promote speedy economic growth. So definition, measuring key elements, and response to challenges. These are things we need to keep in our radar to promote human capital development. And I already mentioned with this, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dmitro. My radar tells me that you there is on her well. I suggest that we take a short break, 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes. So I call a break for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I get dizzy. What if I let you down? Some days it feels like I'm losing ground. What if I let you down? So you wanna come along for the ride? It gets a little lonely at times. Day by day, everything changes. I can't keep up. So you wanna come along for the ride? Life spins me around. Yeah, I get dizzy. Yeah, I get dizzy. What if I let you down? Some days it feels like I'm losing ground. What if I let you down? The keys are in the car door, but I'm on the wrong side, and I know I can be more, but I need more time. What if I let you down? Some days it feels like I'm losing ground. What if I let you down?
Шановні гості, за 3 хвилини ми продовжимо нашу подію.
Dear guests, in 3 minutes we proceed. Yulia is on her way, but she's very, very close. In 3 minutes we'll reconvene.
I heard him singing. I heard him singing. Yeah, I heard him sing in a parking lot Sunday morning. Thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. Oh, thunder and lightning in a parking lot Sunday morning. Waiting for my head to roll. I heard him singing. Oh,
Шановні гості, прошу займати.
Dear guests, I suggest you take your seats. Thank you.
Sunday morning, waiting for my head to roll. Yeah, waiting for my head to roll. I won't fight. I just want to drive home. I just want to drive home.
Пані Бережна, приходимо. Займаємо місця.
I just want to drive home.
Так.
I don't want to fight.
Панове, займаємо місця.
I just want to drive home. I just want to drive home. I just want to drive home.
Все, ми вже починаємо. Пані Юлія,
Okay, let's start. We have Yulia with us.
Так, невелике уточнення. На прохання пані Юлії ми зараз одразу
Yulia suggests that we are getting ready for the next panel. We're going to set up the stage for that. So one more minute and we'll start shortly. Yulia Serdenko, the first Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Minister of Economy of Ukraine. You are welcome. Oksana Zholnovich, Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine. Viktor Lashko, the Minister of Healthcare. Mikhailo Vinitsky, Deputy Minister of Education and Science. Mikhailo, where are you? I saw you. Where are you? Where is our Minister of Education? We were even shaking hands this morning. I see Mikhailo is on his way. Hurrah, we start. Nice to see you there with us after another big forum straight from the road with the plan to have your presentation. No, but we'll start with the panel. The first discussion, the role of every ministry in human development. I think everyone is in because human capital is basically a new concept for Ukraine, 11 strategic documents and the different definitions. So let's start with Yulia's presentation on what the Ministry of Economy is doing. Recently asked a question about the ministry, whether they're developing anything. Yeah, they're doing that right now. Hello, everyone. So it's not because I wanted to sit with you for my presentation. I think human capital is a cross-sectoral issue. It's not the issue to the Ministry of Social Policy, Healthcare, or Education, or Ministry of Economy. It's a comprehensive government policy which should be focused on human development inside the country. And a big component, and I would like to stress that, the return of Ukrainians. I'm absolutely, every day, more and more consistent with an existential war. They want to destroy us as a nation. So human capital's development and return of Ukrainian is very important. We see the numbers, the highest migration country, 6 million abroad. I came from Germany yesterday. We know that the share of Ukrainians which got employed, and this is increasing, the number is increasing. This is a big threat for us. And we as a country should have our own strategy to return Ukrainians, to ensure the conditions for their return. And we are waiting all the experience, with their knowledge, additional qualification which they acquire. We are waiting for them. We need them to recover our country. Okay, let's move on. Starting known to you all, I think everyone here would agree that there are key main drivers: safety and feeling safe. What was discussed before that, the employment, either launching your own business or develop your own business, ability to study, and housing, the safety. We miss the representative of the Ministry of Defense here on the stage who would tell us about the defense and to release territory, because this is one of the key drivers, and the additional guarantees, safety guarantees, a part of this. From our ministry, I said that safety component, the humanitarian demining, where the very contaminated country and prerequisite for the recovery, current recovery, demining. So this is the stage for the reconstruction, and it obvious that it's not only the prerequisite for the recovery of housing, and this is a big threat to the accidents. If we would not be able to increase the mining, so the 245 injuries, the tractor drivers, the miners got hit with the mines. So on the mining, couple of words, I think we should communicate more. There are government and private operators. So we have 20 deminers and 30 machines. It's definitely not enough for considering the scale of the problem. Today we did our internal strategy, how to move faster in demining to ensure safety. Government institutions, fact number one, the checking with the whole hotline, the agricultural and forest, and fifth, water and underwater demining. There is certain strategy we follow, and see the name, number, the demined infrastructure, the number of households which was cleared, and of course the agricultural land that refers direct attention to our ministry to work on land. It's important to relaunch the economy, and we are a agrarian country. This is economic priority number one. So we have specific goals. What are we doing to ensure safety for Ukrainians? We search for new approaches, new ways in the situation to change thinking, how the mining should happen. We're looking for the opportunity to accelerate not non-technical service and focus not only cleaning, but technical drones, scans, and see the explosives, not only metal, but plastic ones, see the explosives which are not on the surface. So Hackathon and the others will launch our scientists to develop the mechanism, certify it, and to go ahead with fast-track demining, to increase the capacity of the government structures. I returned from Zagreb. There's some agreements with our partners to strengthen the emergency service capacity, because critical private operators, we need to have more government operators, well-equipped government operators. We want to simplify the procedure for international private operators and support the part of the innovative approach from January the 1st, or by the year end we'll have the budget, we'll have the market for the mining, so the farmers would be able to, through Prozora, procure the mining services, and the government will consider compensation, thus increasing the demand for that service and motivate private operators to come to this market. I think demining is part of the safety component for people to return in the close to the front line, mostly contaminated Kharkiv, Kherson, Mykolaiv, and mostly contaminated areas. So we have to accelerate this process, the development of the technologies, and changing the mindset. So to have at least 80% of the territories cleared within 3 years. Next component, job search, or the opportunity to be employed or open your own business. We started this a year ago, 8,283 grant recipients. I think that should be promoted outside of Ukraine, to make it public. We're getting ready to expand, and there are no limitations. The only requirement, create at least 1 or 2 jobs. With that high level of unemployment, this is a necessary prerequisite for all the government programs, for either 579, other grant programs support business. Our task is to create at least 1 or 2 job places. You see that 19,000 jobs been created, and those grants to impact tax. We think that there's a good opportunity for those who are not able to find a job can be employed. And I'm quoting one of our grant recipients who was not able to find a job in his area, and he created, took a grant and created a job and hired people to launch their own business. So this program would be on next year. This is a great opportunity to have own business. We want to cover veterans and their spouses. So this is focused on the employment for the veterans to move from military life to civil life. We have the winners here of this grant program. I think it would be expanded next year. We have so in the budget for the next year, we had great demand on this program, but so also the challenges. And this component, veteran policy and grant program for the veterans, we need to strengthen educational component. There's a good wish, good understanding the goals for the veterans, but they're missing educational component to develop a business plan and go for the interview. For our grant program, we expanded it and decided for the processing enterprises, 8 million, up to 8 million. On one hand, they create jobs, but on the other, we insist that Ukraine should start to follow new economic philosophy where there'll be motivation of the processing industries. And I repeat, the seaports which are blocked, we should go for export revenues from just export of raw materials. Grant program for processing, 597 enterprises which took the grants to launch their own business. The 8,000, the number of jobs which had been created, and we continue this. This is an opportunity I think we should promote outside of Ukraine for the Ukrainians who think that they will have more opportunities for employment. Oh, we have these programs here inside the country, and it refers to Ukrainians outside the country and in Ukraine, and we discussed it on many platforms. Structural unemployment, when the entrepreneurs are looking for skills available in the market. The only avenue, the Ministry of Education would deal with a lot on training, retraining, upgrade of the qualification. We have the job centers, we have vocational centers. We offer for the people with disability, for the veterans, free training on 95 jobs, opportunity to get additional qualifications through vocational training, through vouchers. I think this is a very interesting program. We issued 15,000 vouchers, not for the people unemployed, those who have the job, but who want to change their profession, who are looking for new opportunities at the job market, labor market, and a huge request for the social workers, psychologists, healthcare workers, because this is the current requirement. Will continue the voucher, promoting the vouchers for training, good interaction with the Ministry of Health Care. People come to the job center. 27,000 greeners to get opportunity to get the knowledge skills through the cooperation with Ministry of Education, housing, safety, employment, and housing. A lot, recovery ministry is doing a lot in recovery. Housing, the loan program benefits 3.7% interest. More than 4,000 mortgage been issued. I think that by the end of the year, 10,000 families would be able to get the mortgage under this program. Doctors, teachers, and the combatants. Interesting statistic where Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, Mykolaiv region throughout Ukraine. There are no limitations, and people are coming back to Ukraine and to buy housing. They have a strategic that we want to link voucher and for the building of the house and the mortgage. I think people would be able to buy and buy this recovery certificate for the procurement. We, as the Ministry of Economy, kind of a summary, we see our role in demining and safety to create the jobs, search for the jobs through employment center, and the ability to have business through grant program, and in the component in housing, our mortgage program. And I think that most of the Ukrainian respondents want to come back home. There should be information policy component, which includes all the other components, the other ministries, where we're going to talk consciously and believe that Ukrainian is a platform for the implementation of any dream. This is not the case when Ukrainians outside of our country need to start everything from scratch. When to build the country we want to live, to implement the ambitious dream, to implement the potential, and for every Ukrainian. Thank you very much. Would like to make a note. Lots of questions to the government. Aliyah in Israel for those who come back. Special. We have inside the country 5 million of IDPs. Whether my understanding and the correct that the conditions created for every Ukrainian, the mining and the employment, so we don't make the difference whether you are in IDP inside the country or outside. This differentiation would be a dangerous exercise. No, we keep saying all the meetings that we are waiting for every Ukrainian to come back. I'm sure that all the prerequisites I don't think we should differentiate. The communication might be different. Thank you. The position is clear. Jobs, industrial parks, housing, education, vouchers, state orders.
Let's now move on to another important ministry, Ministry of Social Policy. Madam Minister, what's the role of your ministry in the human capital development? Good afternoon, dear participants. It's good that we have this opportunity to discuss recovery and development of human capital in Ukraine. We should also understand what's going around us, not just inside the country. That's high intellectual businesses, the strides that AI has made in all areas. It's all the rage today, and this redefines what added value is, what can help make our country successful. Same time, human being, an individual, is probably the most decisive element. Unless we succeed in having Ukrainians return to Ukraine, making living here comfortable, we won't be able to do any recovery. We can build a lot of bridges, but who will cross them? In Transcarpathia, where I was a couple of days ago, I heard a lot about the communities designed to accommodate IDPs, but their location have been so poor that people won't come. So unless we take care of each and everyone, if people don't feel secure, don't feel support, don't have the understanding of their prospects, we won't be able to conceive of returning of our people back home. Now, about the ministry, about our policies, about our vision. Could we have my first slide, please? Indeed, human capital is something that is related to all policies and all ministries, including the social policy in the first place. When we started drafting our agenda, we were aware that support should be provided to our people at each step they take in their lives, support they need at any important junction. Of course, we start from family planning from parenthood planning, so to speak. It's great that reproductive health programs have been launched. At the same time, as a ministry, we determine demographic policy so that young parents know how they go about their parental duties, what baby packages they are entitled to, what the so-called municipal nannies are. We understand that there should exist family spaces and family support from day one. Now we are launching a service to support resilience, and the service providers are the ones who are capable of helping families grow. Of course, all families need to know of the challenges they might face and how the government is likely to support them. Second element is childhood. Childhood, however, as we understand, can happen outside of families. Therefore, we need to support large families, underprivileged families. It is a challenge for any family to bring up their children. In addition to supporting families through family support and family spaces, we are also working hard to develop diverse forms of family upbringing. Many families were affected. Some of the parents died, and so it's important to make sure that every kid can grow up in a familiar environment, and the government being able to support them. Human love, institutional forms of upbringing is unlikely to make them take proactive position. For instance, talking to a kid in one of the institutions, we established for ourselves that the kid didn't know how to infuse tea. Well, chemistry, physics, fine, it's on the curricula, but how do you go about budgeting? How do you pay your utilities? How you brew your tea? How love others and get love? So family forms of upbringing is the only alternative for us to employ to support our future. In order for us to be able to keep kids and their families, inclusive education is paramount. Unfortunately, we have the so-called kids incapable of education. This is a term quite popular in Russia. We do not accept this term. Student assistance, special services that we develop are here to help kids get their education in the best possible way. Support in adult life. There are many services areas where every one of us gets in touch with the Ministry of Social Policy, sometimes unbeknownst to us. People who take sick leaves, for instance, are our clients, and we'd like to make these services as comfortable as it gets. We are again working with the Ministry of Healthcare to develop so-called sick leaves so that every employer could clearly see what is the situation with their employee, what's the status, the health condition, so that they don't need to establish for themselves if a person is on a sick leave or just playing truant. We are thinking of ways to introduce private medical insurance or improving the existing public plans. May I also draw your attention to the fact that the Ministry of Social Policy's budget is second largest in the nation after that of the Ministry of Defenses. This is a huge resource intended to support human capital. Are all programs equally effective? Clearly not. Some of those programs are legacy ones, something that spilled over onto us from back of Soviet times. So conscious of the fact that the recovery of Ukraine will certainly need additional immense resources, as well as the fact that many families fall into poverty. We understand that each hryvnia invested must be 100% effective so that people get benefits and convert them into ways of finding employment and to finding their way out of a dire situation. Therefore, we review our supports, digitalize them, making them clear. One of those supports is the special subsidy, which is already accessible through DIA or pension fund or SNAPS, but a while later, people will certainly be able to see how subsidies can be applied. We are planning to consolidate all the utilities bills and show families which percentage will be covered by that subsidy. And that's the way we are thinking of restructure all of our benefits. Historically, only people with disabilities were entitled to those disability payments. Another legacy system. And once again, I would like to appreciate our cooperation with the Ministry of Health that help us build multidisciplinary approach to prosthetics, to social work support provided to persons with disabilities. It is not doctors that are supposed to inform people of those social benefits, but the social workers who will tell people that they are not alone, that other people stand by to help them. Currently, we're working very actively on prosthetics. We didn't have that before. Earlier on, the prosthetics specialist was the lowly rank, never to engage with persons. Now it's changed, and I'm sure that in years to come, our country is going to become the Eastern European Center of Prosthetics. We now have unique opportunities to follow on those clients, and out of this, I can see new approach to prosthetics are gonna be born. We are also working very closely on social support. People staying abroad feel support of different institutions and the respect for them. Not every community of Ukraine has it, but I'm sure that we'll make that system people-centric very soon. And the advanced stage, Ukraine is an aging nation. Many young people have already left Ukraine. We have elderly people staying, and we need to do what we can in order to extend their productive life and make their living in the country as comfortable. Like I say, how comfortable your advanced stage is an element of promoting the return of Ukrainians from abroad. I am sure that next year we'll have more people-centric pensions, retirement plans. We are also planning to introduce a second pillar so that people can save for their retirement, and we are clearly determined to make people of advanced age feel they are still needed by the society. You know that in the U.S., elderly people make a significant part of volunteerism, making public services less expensive. We are not as good as making use of this huge potential, and it is therefore, well, we want to work more actively to make our country more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The biggest budget, lots of areas, and so far the longest presentation. Same question to the Ministry of Healthcare. You, as a manager, vision of the role and your Ministry of Human Capital Development. Thank you. Health is not everything, but everything without health is nothing. I think these words, this statement, describe the role of the healthcare system in when we speak about human capital, and this statement, the vector which we should follow when we speak about the human capital. Our budget is not the biggest one, but as a government team, we defined for the Ministry of Healthcare and the whole healthcare the 4 goals which we should implement, we should keep in mind when we speak about human capital, about the development of Ukraine as a state. I'm not going to read them because I keep them in mind. The first goal, the health as an element of protection, a prerequisite of the development of the nation. Made lots of studies, and there's an understanding of the demand of the society, what we should do in medical assistance, healthcare assistance, to speak about human capital. This all can be systematized in 3 key statements to ensure access to healthcare, ensure quality of healthcare assistance, and ensure it's free. The key points which would keep in mind when we speak about our priorities for the nearest future in this strategic issue. This is what we start to implement through different programs: the budget program, medical guarantee, accessible medicines, rehabilitation work, and some other issues which provide positive outcomes and should tell us about the something which I'll elaborate later. Next, that health has a space for the development of innovation, production, and engagement of investments. When we speak about health in Ukraine, we basically speak about diseases, what we should do to combat the diseases. And a specific individual, looking from the statistic, what happens inside the country. Prior to that, we didn't look at the health from the perspective of a potential economic sector, which should find its priority and increase the revenues to the national budget, the production of medicines, medical devices, medical tourism. And Ukraine currently has the foundation for the development of all these areas. At the same time, when we look at the EU integration process, we at the ministry analyze what we should expect on country when we open the borders. We analyzed all the countries which became members of European Union. We understand the migration among the medical workers between the European country. When the company becomes a member of European Union, we do have an understanding that now we have to review from the strategic perspective the cadre policy in terms of doctors, nurses, health workers. This is something we started to discuss with Ministry of Education, Ministry of Economy when we speak about the state order. This Saturday we're planning to meet the nurses community to reform the approaches for this secondary professional education to totally different projections on kind. So we have the healthcare institutions, establishment. We're used to have them all the way, but the hospital for the nurses care. This is part of the rehabilitation. which we did not discuss before. This is the potential for the crafted jobs, proper care, and this is where the Ministry of Healthcare is considering. And this is the way to recover demographic status in the country. Two key challenges: the birth and neonatal assistance, young mortality, mother's mortality, how to consider assistance, and the heart attacks. They are getting younger because of the impact of the war and other drivers through the mental health. And this is another challenge for the system, and we should be ready for that. We should be ready to get combat the diseases which last longer, economically complicated, and not always cured, because the access to screening program, prevention program, after 2 years of pandemics and 2 years of the war was lost and not easily accessible. And number 4, health. Health should be individually centered. It's not just health institution centered. It depends on all of us. From every of us, we should take care of our own health. And then the issue, the disease, the system should do everything possible for timely diagnostics and return the individual back to life. If there is no chance to return the health, we should offer compensation mechanism. Compensation mechanism means the reform of medical social expertise, the transfer to international classification, individual rehabilitation plan, and our cooperation with the ministries who are in the power. What we should do next? What should we offer to an individual to re-socialize the individual to be to still feel an active citizens? And we launched the infrastructure part of the medical reform, development the network, depending on the place and the role in the network. The afterward recovery issue, we should have a Charité clinic now. We should consider lots of other drivers, should decide how to ensure access, quality, and free medical services. Let's keep that in mind for all our efforts. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now we go to the application. Unfortunately, the minister was not able to join us. Mikhaila is my teacher at Kiev Mahila Academy. So the role of your ministry isn't your challenge is the biggest one, probably the biggest, because all previous presenters mentioned education. So we, the ministry, again, the focus of attention. I would like to step back for a second. Yulia at the beginning mentioned a very good joint goal, which is Ukraine is the country for the implementation of the dreams. I think that's as important. Probably, my background spoke about the Ukrainians who come back. In my case, is very important thing. Yes, this is the country for the implementation of the dream, and probably the problem for us how to synchronize our government policy. On one hand, we want to ensure sustainable development and be able to project the future. We want to ensure all the opportunities for self-realization, and this is an interesting balance which is not easy to find. But my point is 5S, to introduce 5S. how the Ministry of Education treats the issue of human capital development. The first, subjectivity. We need to understand that this word, which we keep repeating when we speak about the development of education, transformation of education, our goal is subjectivity, the individual approach. If we speak about Ukraine as the place for the implementation of the Green, the individual should be in the focus. There should be a choice and responsibility for a choice, and all education should be focused to assist the young individual to get this subjectivity. Next, stereotype. We always try to fight against stereotype. We have a stereotype that our education is not competitive. No, one of the elements, so our citizens opened their eyes who were forced to go to West Europe, and very often we hear that this feedback that, oh, well, that Ukrainian education system is not only competitive, but our kids, they're celebrities in their educational system because they know more. Whether it's good or bad, that does not mean that education ends up with knowledge. The system of the transfer knowledge is very strong, but we need to develop other elements of this education, and it's very important that we speak about the human capital. Human capital is not just knowledge, other things which I am going to elaborate. Other stereotype inside of us, we have lots of school graduates go to the university. Yes, the number is high. If we speak about the average, 50% of school graduates go to the universities over the past 15 years, not lower than 50%. So our population is very educated, what is good or bad. We don't have enough in the vocational training is an issue. So should I can speak a lot about education, but I'll try to shorten my presentation. So the point is, what was the response of Ukrainians on full-scale invasion? This is the recent history. Our response was drones, self-organization, volunteership, and subjectivity. And basically, what surprised our Western partners, Ukrainians are ready to assume responsibility. That originated from, no, not originated from nowhere. This is a natural response on the invasion. Ukrainians demonstrated something which is a result of very well-educated nation. Probably we don't have enough hands, but we have enough brain. And this is the stereotype we should consider. Not say that it's bad, but keep that in mind for the future development. The third S, the mentality, subjectivity, more or less everything's like the stereotype. We break them, but we have good system of education which transfers the knowledge, but our vision, which is developed in this education, is not in line with democratic vision. And this is the goal of university of education, higher education. I'd like to quote the first Harvard University president. The goal of higher education, she said, should not be to provide the skills for the first job, but for the sixth job. The vision of the entrepreneurship dream, implementation of the dream. These are the issues which we in educational system should work hard. And then I appreciate Yulia's statement on the development of entrepreneurship. No doubt this is our goal, system of education. And it's not just training for a specific job, but training of an individual who can create jobs for himself and for the others. Next, and we're closer to a specific community, society, educational establishment. Take a look that we have a lot of educational establishment. Yeah, we had an infrastructure which was developed when the population was higher, 600,000. Now we have 350,000 school graduates. So the infrastructure is too big, which is a little bit outdated, and those should be updated. And this is the development of the society, modernize this society. Our goal in education, higher education, is easy to define. We would like Ukrainians be proud of their universities. I would say that it's not enough today. It's not a problem that we don't transfer the knowledge or we don't train for something we should train for. The problem is that we're not fighting with the negative stereotypes, and because we are not developing the communities which we need to expand the vision. I think we should talk about the efficiency of the education, but modernization. I think modernization, this is the trend we should consider. Environment, community, vision, the changes of our stereotype that every student would feel at every university, educational system, that she is the subject of education. Thank you, Mihailo. I would like to end up our panel discussion with a positive note. The migrants, labor migrants, forced migrants become labor, then they become diaspora. Mikhailo Vinitsky returned from diaspora. In your case, why you came back? Why you believe in the future? The first thing, I don't like that I returned an immigrant to Ukraine. And actually, in a nutshell, let's put it that one of the vice presidents, and not that one, but the other one, called me a mistake of the survivor. I don't like this concept of being a mistake of the survivor. I believe what was mentioned on that stage, I do see that's true. So the Ukraine is a place for the opportunity implementation. Those who leave the country looking for a comfort zone, unfortunately, when you choose comfort, that means that you are not ready to take the risk. Ukraine is a country of risk, but if you're ready for the risk, believe me, this whole people are ready for the risk. You have the opportunities for self-realization. Never ever I would said those who leave the country. My parents left the country during the previous war when they were kids, but we as a team and the society in general manage to create the conditions for self-realization, people would come back. Not everyone. Definitely, with all due respect, we would be able to create all the comfortable conditions to compete with European comfort, but in the nearest future. But that does not mean that we should not try. It means that we should try to create the dream country which Skripka was singing.
Таке подвійне.
And to finish it off, double question to our ministries. In this past 600 days, where you could see the strength of our people, of our human capital, and that second part of the question, what has changed in the ministries in response to those challenges? Let's start from Victor. Well, something that struck me was that mental resilience. We are now talking a lot about mental health. We say that unless we respond to the challenges, we are bound to deal with lots of issues. Mental health was top of our priority. The community of medical professionals took no time to get out and respond. And mental resilience, I mentioned, is not only something that'll help us avoid multiple problems in the future, but also as something that we can offer as a flagship product, commodity for the international community. And I'm sure that we should become number one around the world in terms of mental resilience and rehabilitation, showing ways how we deal with relevant issues from our first birth to the last one. Thank you, Madam Minister. Following on Victor's words, the responsibility of our specialists, our people, is that in something that would very exciting to see how they dealt with those issues. On other hand, our resilience may, in some dimensions, be wearing thin. We are, as a ministry, trying to introduce a range of services, including psychosocial support to resilience. That is to say, multidisciplinary approach to psychoeducation, to community building, to provide opportunities to discuss issues that may arise in the families of our veterans. Often families are alone dealing with those issues. We have to change that situation. We have to reinforce our resilience, and if we do our job well, then healthcare will have to deal with fewer clients. Julia, last but not least, what struck you and what approaches have been changed? I'm sure everyone who is in this room now and those who are in the country with us must have made their choice. They answered that very crucial question. We understand that Russians can shoot or stop shooting, advance or stop. The partners can diversify their assistance. We don't have this luxury. We have but one choice. we have to fight on, including in our mental resilience, in our adaptive abilities. I keep being excited at how Ukrainian businesses managed to get out of the 30% slack into much more vibrant growth. Well, not as good as it was in 2021, but still. No, I have found for myself that Ukrainians abroad are a bridge between us and the European Union. We have to make good use of this bridge, and we will one day become part of the European Union. To this end, we have to modify our information policies so that more Ukrainians wanted to come back to the country. In spite of the hostilities, thanks the panelists, I hope that our panelists will join representatives of the media and proceed to the special briefing room. The rest are invited to enjoy their coffees and some of the desserts. 15-minute coffee break.
So we have hundreds of people online. We have more than 1,000 people registered. Metro, microphone is yours. Dear colleagues, this is our second presentation. We're going to talk about the future of the labor market, how to return the people, how to engage the foreign citizens, how the demographic situation change. First of all, I would like to thank our partners, Western UNICEF Fund, partners from the New Zealand Embassy. Our organization got a chance to work on this project over the ideas, do this analytical study of the future labor market in Ukraine. Would like to thank the Ministry of Economy for their support and cooperation. And actually, I would like to start my presentation with the demography issue. This is the most important driver which would impact the economy. In 91, we were the country of more than 50 million people. In 21, from 37 up to 41 million. We didn't have a formal census, but different methods were applied. The population is getting older. The difficult demographic situation has happened, and that impacts the economic development in the future. It's important for us to understand the share of the population, part of the labor force who is employed, and which is the share formally employed. 17.4 million people were the labor force. Now we understand that this number shrinked because of migration, temporary occupation of some territories of Ukraine. I think it's important to understand social demographic dimensions. The participation of the population in the labor force, 55%. But if we speak about men, 63%, 48% of women. We need to create opportunities for women to participate in the labor force. The government program should focus on that. What's the most difficult population? How many Ukrainians? How many of them are in Ukraine? They're different from 28 up to 34 million Marlenium who would participate in the discussion. 31.6 million Ukrainians who are in the government-controlled territory. This is what we should start our discussion with. But I would like to draw attention to the rate of economic growth. In 22, we experienced a drop down by 29% Ukrainian, and the consumption impacted real revenues decreased and the increase of the population. If we think about the economy sector, most of Ukrainians dropped down more than 29%. At the same time, the government sector, the state sector increased by 35%, and that impacts the change of the economy of what time when the government expenses, healthcare, civil society service, education get the biggest share. In order for Ukrainian economy to recover after the drop down by 29%, we need to go for a 7% increase annually, and we would be missing 4.5 million people of the labor force. How many people can return? How many people are outside of Ukraine? What could be a negative impact by 2032? We might be missing 4.5 million people of the labor force. How to overcome this gap? 3 points: quantity, well-balanced, and quality. If we speak about the quantity, we speak about the return of Ukrainians. Quality, the increase of the efficiency of labor, and balanced approach includes both quantity and quality. But modern economic system is functions that everyone competes for capital, for the labor force at the market, the market of services and goods. And governments are very active, companies are very non-government organizations. All they create certain motivation for the development of labor market. The talents which we need, there are three key groups. The first one, Ukrainian talents, which are currently in Ukraine. Students, scientists, entrepreneurs, just workers. The second group of talents, Ukrainians outside of Ukraine, labor migrants, diaspora. The third group of foreigners who potentially can participate in the labor market in Ukraine if it would not negatively impact Ukrainians who are part of Ukrainian labor force. And in our studies, we started looking at three issues. The first, how to preserve and develop talents inside of Ukraine, how to return the talents, and as the third, how to engage foreign talents for the development of Ukrainian economy. Let's start with the first one. In 21, we saw a rather big gap between supply and demand in the labor market from 32 increased by 48. In the state sector, in education, it decreased, and in construction, it decreased. So how we engage vulnerable groups to the labor. Now, more than 5 million Ukrainians became IDPs, and they have to be integrated into the labor market to create the value added. A lot of women who are not employed, we understand that the competence are coming back from the front. They have to be integrated, they have to be employed to the labor market. The number of people with disability increase. So our social policy should assist them to preserve the quality of life and economic development. If we speak about the second element, return of Ukrainians, our partners from economic Ukraine still doubt to return the safety, infrastructure, quality of life or economy, and regulation. The economic factor, 23%, people think that employment is one of the key drivers which may impact their return. We should understand that the number of people who were able to find a job, became employed outside of Ukraine, is increasing. So we may witness the situation when Ukrainian migrants might become labor migrants, and labor migrants can become a diaspora. There is a directly how long people stays outside of the quarantine and the probability to return to Ukraine. Speak about diaspora. Different organizations, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, think from 6.5 up to 20 million individuals, which are diaspora. We need to cooperate with diaspora. And Mikhailo Vinnytsky case, who joined the government of Ukraine, who develops Ukrainian education. This is an inspiring example how Ukrainian diaspora can be engaged. They can be to direct investment, to promote trade, that get additional knowledge for the development of the economy. And the last element, work with foreign talents. We analyzed the global index. You can see the US, Canada, Sweden, where the migration policies were rather liberal. You can see Ukrainian indicators when the global index on the engagement of the migrants. There are some indicators which do not allow us to work efficiently in this regard. So we developed three groups of recommendations to preserve and develop domestic talent, so liberal policy, improvement of education, continue with the reform, economic reintegration of vulnerable group. The second group, economic integration, Ukrainian overseas. We're talking about not only about the migrants, but diaspora, and engagement of foreign labor force. to go for the 7% increase annually, we'll still be missing 4.5 million during the upcoming 10 years. The recommendations were grouped into one big study, more than 200 pages, which describes how to work with available talents, how to invest, how to ensure a max economic recovery. Ukraine would like to share the outcome. So need to give you some time to download the study. The microphone goes back to Kirill, and we'll be happy to participate in the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Dmitro. Lots of facts to think over the panel. I would like the organizers to set up the stage for the second panel discussion. Demographic strategy, the expectations, and the vector for activities. The chairs are coming. Our panelists, with the people who are responsible directly for these issues, coming to their office, making coffee and considering the strategy. Now they are with us. Darina Marchak, who is Deputy Minister of Social Policy. Tatiana Berezhna, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Ella Libanova, the Professor Director of the Institute of Social Studies. Gleb Vyshlinsky with us. Via Zoom. Dmitro, you are one of our panelists, the Easy Business, and you. And for the moderator, we'll have Larissa Demasaker, the writer. You are the moderator for the next person. I welcome colleagues, welcome speakers, dear participants. You know, actually, I would like to start my presentation from last year's experience when I physically feel when out of blood feeling of your house, your city, your country, just being outside in the street within an empty city. I was clear understanding being lonely and left. Is understanding that you might be felt lonely, and the same feeling might be with people who left the country, feel lonely, and that feeling should unite us, because feeling lonely is not the healthy feeling from mental perspective. And I think that now in the activities of the civil society, the professions to unite people regardless where they are now. The situation in Kiev changed. Understand that this feeling, I see pregnant women, kids in the streets of the city, a kind of dual feel. I feel happy for the future. I feel when I see pregnant women and kids, but I feel great concern, fear, because I am not able to rescue these people at any time. Anything may happen, but actually human capital for people who are here in this hall with those of online, as I feel the future, we have to fight, we have to work and feel the people. We'll be going to talk about the demographic strategy, a situation in the country. My first round of question, kind of a cascade question, the situation of demography, when and how we should return people who are overseas because of the Russian aggression, or just the kids, and this is the second year for the kids in the kindergarten local schools who love Ukraine as much as we love here. But women who are there with the kids have clearly understand that adjustment of the mother helps for a child to adjust, and they have to support themselves and the conditions and have economic foundation, the development and understanding of the environment, how the life is developing. Also, we'd like to discuss how the demographic strategy should look like. So, broad range of questions. You can focus further on what you feel you should talk about. First of all, I would like to invite Tatiana Berezhna, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Tatiana, you're on. Thank you, Larissa. Would like to welcome you all here. Feel proud to be here. So over 2 hours, we had the interesting discussion, and I think we'll proceed that way. And I'm happy that the human capital issue is taking too much attention in the country. There are projects taken care of by our First Lady, that every ministry in the executive body, they lead projects, and that life of people would become happy, that people who are here who think about return would be able to live their happy life in Ukraine. If we speak about demographic situation in Ukraine, demographic strategy, demographic policy, we say that, and I think people would agree with me that it's an unprecedented situation, but that requires from us new innovative decision, unique synergy between the government, civil society. Here in this room, we have different communities represent, and I think this would be a very practical event for developing this solution. Today we spoke a lot about what human capital is, and I think and I'm sure that for all of us, we're on the same page that human capital is not just numbers. Yeah, 6.2 million outside of Ukraine, 4.5 million probably would be missing of the labor force for recovery, who stayed or have roughly, per the estimates, 2.8 million unemployed, and more than 1 million veterans, more than 5 million IDPs, and 3 million with disabilities. These are the numbers which should give us the push our demographic policy should look like, to develop our demographics. But human capital is not just numbers. Human capital is skills, knowledge, experience, and what they really like, the mental well-being of the people. In the Ministry of Economy, we discuss about the labor force. 4.5 million would be missing for the recovery, but at the same time, very interesting study from International Labour Organization. They think that over the year, the world economy observes 12 billion unproductive because of the mental problem. They are not productive. Those individuals are not. The world economy annually is losing $1 trillion annual globally because of people are non-productive. Some problems with mental health. I'm leading to that we should be very inclusive in developing our demographic strategy with understanding of demographic. It's not just numbers, quality, feeling, emotions, the people who work in Ukraine, those who would come back. the opportunity to talk to different representatives would like to draw attention to a plan of Ukraine facility plan. It's under discussion now. Recently was released. There are lots of discussions on that issue. This is the plan which we should implement for the European Union to support the reforms which would lead us to economic well-being, to become a step closer, 15 billion euros in grants and technical assistance loans. To get this money, we should implement some reforms, including economic area. And one of the fifth, this is a human capital reform. I think it's rather top place for the specific actions which we should take to achieve the goals and get this money. 86 actions and 9 refer to human capital. I think Darina will mention the demographic strategy. The Ministry of Economy is responsible for the employment strategy and for the migration policy strategy. Should mention that the strategy is something which would give the form for many activities, events, actions which we are implementing in the government to improve demographic situation, to make Ukrainians closer, and I like this word, the economic well-being. And the Ministry of Economy, as my minister mentioned, we work in 3 main areas: safety, access to entrepreneurship, access to the labor market, training, upgrade of the qualification, and housing. One of the lead projects which I'm responsible for is the gender gap in compensation. We do understand that women get less for worldwide for doing the same work just because being women. In Ukraine, 17.5% in numbers-wise, a woman works in Ukraine 6.5 years for free. And why this is important? 60%, 68%, we don't have exact numbers, women who ran away from the war, and most of them have university education. To come back, to return them, they need to understand that the country is waiting, giving them good compensation, the ability to participate in economic and the opportunity to upgrade their qualification. Interesting observation about the grant programs available for women, up to 250,000 hryvnias. The program works perfectly well in Ukraine. Among the winners, we have women. And it's obvious because most of men are now on the forefront. And interesting trend we observed that women more often are winners, and so except the good quality application, the total amount paid to the grant winner for men, because they assess their projects be more expensive. So with the version of life with stereotypes we had before, we won't be able to move forward. To live in the country after the war, we need, as I keep saying, as my colleague, unlock new superpowers which we did not have access before. And I think in human capital dimension, mental health of the worker, to increase the efficiency, access of women to the labor market, and equal compensation for the same work. One more point. Recently, again, finally, the college from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs provided information about the compensation of Ukrainians. Also, they're hungry. The payments are very low, but Luxembourg, Austria, Netherlands, payments for free housing, other things, and in many, many instances, those payments are much higher than an average salary in Ukraine. No matter how hard we try, so that the government can do a lot. What Yulia mentioned, other things, but we need to fight to return our Ukrainians with non-financial drivers. And it's not just not to return Ukrainians who ran away from, to return the Mikhailo Vinsky case for the attraction of foreign talents. I think in the government would work hard, including information policy, to make a return to Ukraine an issue. People who are ready to take responsibility for the development of innovative and attractive country. In principle, I think this is something. My message to you: the return of Ukrainians from outside of the country, the improvement of the quality of life is not just the task for the ministries, other government agencies. This is the task for all of us, business, civil society. We're looking for the signature.
Thanks a lot, Tatiana. Now, let me invite Ella Libanova, Professor Libanova, head of the Demographics and Social Survey Institute. Well, I had thought I'd be talking after Darina because it was her honor and pleasure to talk about. She's head of the relevant group. But anyway, in spite of diverse evaluations of the demographic situation, we developed ours, and it looks at something between 26 to 36 million, a significant, so to speak, discrepancy. Why? Because we do not know yet how our victory will be officially made. Anyway, there are two types of issues at hand. One about population, second about workforce. Adequate workforce to feed our economy. They are not identical things, such as education and skills. I can't agree more with Mikhailo Vinnytsky. Education is not about the labor force market. You remember at the beginning of the war, they said that Ukrainian armed forces are made of people with higher education, whereas Russians are soldiering with someone who had been educated elsewhere. This was true, and this helped us resist in March. We didn't have a lot of things. We had people who were not just ready to sacrifice their lives, but knew what they were expected to do because of their background, because of their education. Therefore, I think that aspiration of the younger generation for universal education is something that we should nurture and support. And even instill it in those who don't have that aspiration yet. Some people maintain that universal education is not a guarantee of successful employment, etc. But I look at the processes. The finding is unequivocal. The higher education level is, the better your chances are to be employed or re-employed if you lose your current position. And the incomes correlate with your education. Okay, you can be employed in an area not related to your background, but fine, let them do it. So, bottom line, to make people want to develop through education is a way to promote our human capital growth and development. Now, another area we have to be focused on because of the deplorable demographic situation is associated with the economic activity of our population. Yes, on one hand, this can be achieved by affording opportunities to combine work and family duties, which is typically ascribed to women, but also because people returning from the war may have problems with traditional classical employment. This means not just members of the military, but the children of ours that are currently affected by constant shelling and strikes. Employment is not just about livelihood, but about your self-fulfillment, and therefore we need to think more about some particular features of our economy. Myself, I am remote from strategic drafting. Would say that IT is something that we can develop in Ukraine. There's potential here, physically, so to speak. This is not as strenuous as other types of employment, and therefore we should probably think of how we can promote this area. Look at Israel before the current developments. What kind of economy were they developing? Labor intensive? Not at all, probably. Well, we'll have to give our economy another shape. I don't think that someone would want to build a new Azovstal in lieu of the ruins and debris. I think that the war will make us build a new economy. Otherwise, nobody would have even thought of shutting down Azovstal with its obsolescent technologies. And so redefine economy and provide opportunities of employment to those who we don't think currently make it by providing them new opportunities. And third thing, the war migrants, we don't call people refugees. They are not refugees. God forbid. The EC seems to have been now convinced to refer to those people as war migrants. And I do hope that part of the persons who fled the country, who migrated out of the country because of the war, would return, at least 50%, I think. And diaspora. Diaspora is not those who had left several generations before. No, we have a new diaspora made of those who fled the country after the full-scale invasion, and they have yet another application, and that is one of promoting the image of Ukraine. If they succeed, if we succeed, the situation will be very attractive for us. Plus, one other thing, we have to aim, well, too high, because if you make achievable goals, you should call it objective rather than the goal. So if we put it high, though we can never achieve it, we will succeed. Now let's listen to Darina Marchak on the demographic strategies. Darina, First Deputy to Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. A word of clarification. I can't represent the demographic strategy because it is still a product in definition. There is no diagnosis just as yet, and we will soon, however, make this draft strategy something open for public discussion. But you are right. Our minister is in charge of the demographic policy of the state. The strategy is not to replace something that existed before. We haven't had it yet. But let me now follow up on Ms. Libanova about goals and objectives. I subscribe to what she said. Goals have to be too ambitious to be achieved, and we have to be ambitious. Ella knows a thing or two about the stats, the figures, but according to our recent update, the more or less accurate figure is about 33 million living in the country. We speak about human capital, about recovery, about the need to facilitate return of Ukrainian migrants from abroad, but let me draw the confines of today's discussions somewhat broader, because we tend to limit it to the moving of our compatriots out of the country. No, the problem is much bigger. The war has indeed exacerbated the negative trends that existed prior to the war. They were born much before 2014. What I'm talking about is a decrease in birth rate. International studies say that it should be 2.2 per woman of productive age. We had only 1.616 per woman, as opposed to 1.53 back in 2012. Now, as a result of the full-scale invasion, this factor has dropped even deeper. This means if we succeed in bringing it back to what we had before the war, this would not help us have a birth rate capable of reversing the depopulation of the country. Second component is premature lethality. Our fellow citizens are killed daily because of the shelling, because of accidents or tortures in imprisonment. That said, we need to recognize that many people have been dying prematurely because of very trivial reasons. In 2021, the mortality rate was 18.5 per thousand. Population in 2019, men in 34 to 44 would die twice as often as in Poland and uh, 5 times as often as in Sweden. That is to say, that situation was critical even before the war broke out. Our pre-war stats indicate that most often they were cardiovascular and carcinogenic factors leading to premature deaths. In other words, after we won the war, the problems are not going to exist. They'll be aggravated because of the now ubiquitous stress. Some of the diseases that would likely affect health condition in more advanced age will come in earlier, will settle in earlier. And the third component I was going to talk about is migration. This is not just to emphasize we need to facilitate their return. I'd posit that we need to think of those who left before the full-scale invasion, before the coronavirus outbreak. We were saying that 3.5 million Ukrainians were staying abroad. So if we are to become a resilient nation in terms of the structure of the population and our capacity to respond to challenges and provide for the development of our labor market with the resources it needs, and otherwise retain the population present. Our strategy had should necessarily be comprehensive, looking inter alia at ways of increasing the birth rate. If I were a magician, I would say that we should look at something higher than 2.2 per woman. And in parallel, we need to take measures to eliminate the factors contributing to premature death and promote positive migration, that is to say, migration into the country. Frankly, I see no silver bullets around. Two corrective measures to put it all back right. But there are some concordant with Pareto principle measures. One, a horizontal block deemed by us as sine qua non to facilitate the return, to reduce premature death rate, is providing security and infrastructure. Well, security is important, but not the only factor. We compete for our own citizens with Europeans in terms of quality of life, income opportunities, etc. So one of the foundational things here is to have a country where one would want to live, that would successfully compete against the European nations. But of course, there's a lot of sub-conditions, such as well-balanced labor market, quality social infrastructure, including health care, educational institutions, social care institutions within, so to speak, a walking distance, as it were, for citizens. The possibility for a young mother to not drop out of their work for 3 years, but instead continue employment in a remote mode, so to speak. Security, yes. Demining, for sure. Availability of shelters within reach. Barrier-free environment. And, as it were, the third age opportunities not to stay at home or at work. The third space is, well, libraries where you can socialize with your friends, colleagues, and children. So all these issues come together in very comprehensive, so to speak, picture, puzzle, as it were, that has no easy clues to being resolved. We need to think together, work together, government and social society, on building a country one would dream of living in order to also eliminate the factors that affect negatively the demography of today.
It's not the last one, but a couple of more theses I have. I think all the colleagues from Unitarian bloc of the government do understand that this the multidimensional difficulty challenge and the discussion on the plan which Tatiana Berezhna mentioned. I would like to try to transfer the feelings of the how we feel the responsibility we as a government representative feel before the country, or you all, when we feel when we work on filling in the Ukrainian plan, and the activities reflected there are in a limited manner. We have like 10 pages limit on each block, and we need to describe the multidimensional complexity, the concern, the what we need for the development of human capital in Ukraine. And today, this section on the development of human capital includes all the issues which, for me personally, answers to the demographic challenges. These are adjustments of healthcare, social, educational services to the needs of the population as a result of the war, adjustment of the educational foreign to the labor market, assistance strengthening the system of efficient social services for those who are not covered by the labor market, be able to come back to the labor market. And me, as well as our colleagues from Ministry of Economy, others want our citizens be mentally strong, happy, economically independent, with income, would be active members of the social economic life of the country, get the income, pay taxes, and would not be customers of social support system. Though the philosophy is in the section of human capital, Ukrainian plan, I think that the Ministry of Economy will discuss that with all the NGOs. We, from the Ministry of Social Policy side, try to get every input, every expert opinion. There's many all here. So those who are in the panel are our partners on this strategy development to lay the foundation for a comprehensive work of the government for the future to overcome all the challenges. Thank you, Darina. One more driver. It's not that obvious, but it refers to consequences. They are socio-psychological. I want to talk about the war crime and sexual violence that impacted the rate for birth. It's the fear to give the birth. So, after personal experience of trauma experience, either informational or real. I would like to invite Gleb Wyszynski, who is now online with us, Executive Director for Center for Economic Strategy. Hello, Larissa, do you hear me? Yep. Thank you very much for the organizers to be with you online. So, basically, we are part of the team working on human capital. I hope that we'll be able to see you all in person. So I would like to compliment my colleagues, probably with pessimistic notes, which are not typical for me. Usually I'm more optimistic an individual, but for the government official, I think that some messages would not be accepted, but for the experts, it's kind of an easy task for NEC. But what we see now, unfortunately, the number of those whom Ella Marlenin called war migrants, and I like this term, per UN data, July the 1st through mid-October, that outflows more than 600,000 Ukrainians. Just for this second educational year, they sort of return back after the school holidays. The outflow is really not. For the second half of the year 22, for the first half of the year 23, we did this comparison, and outflow was on 300, 500,000. So basically, we may think that now, during the war, we every month are losing about 50,000 Ukrainians. I mean losing as the residents of the territory which is under government control, but we're losing not only quantity but quality. Now our studies for the war migrants, which we made the study last year, this year, that demonstrates that the biggest share of people with a university degree, and that was already mentioned at the previous panel, government panel, that our students are the stars in other countries. Yes, this is the outcome of our educational system, but not in the benefit of those who stay. More educated people with big cities with better access to the universities left Ukraine. If we speak about women with children, for them the first driver was saved, but not the segment which we consider quasi-labor economy. So it's not just quantity but quality of people. So during the long-lasting war, we should not expect for a quick return, and I fully agree with Darina that that should be a set of actions, but we don't have any other options other to merge the efforts. The strategy for demographic development, we cooperate with the ministry. We should reflect everyone's step, everyone's effort. There's 10,000 Ukrainians. This is what Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Economy, Yulia Sviridenko said, demining recovery to those who are ready to return, but with no place to return. We need external funding when know the situation with the budget for the next year, and there's no budget allocation for capital. So that might be funded only through the assistance from foreign partners, except the shelters at schools, which would be government funding. These are complicated allocations. So job, housings, insurance of the war risks, and more safe regions to substitute external but internal migration for the like their house has been ruined, their office has been ruined. Them need to come back where there is food and a job, and we need to assist IDPs. This is the promotion from the educational establishment, the starting from kindergartens, assisting women with children. And women is the key audience for their needs. We should focus on their needs. And we, if I'm not mistaken, Mikhail Levinsky mentioned the stereotypes. We should break the stereotypes. The COVID times when everyone was not interested in the situation with them. Everybody was struggling with virus, how women would work, how they would take care of the kids, how when the local authorities decided to close schools, no one was interested. We are used that a woman is should be ready to take everything. So this paradigm should change. There should be investments from local authorities through transfers from the national budget to preschool education to children care. For those who want to come back, be able to come back, considering the compensation that they'll be ready to get a job. On external migration, for those who are still outside, not Ukrainians and citizens of other countries, I think it's important to make a first step, open either through bilateral agreements or the Ukrainian labor market, European labor market is open for Ukrainians. We need to open European Union citizens' ability to work here. There's a minimum risk, but in again, basic control, not to let the criminals in. But that would increase attractiveness of Ukraine for foreign investments, and that would allow to engage highly qualified labor force to Ukraine. And again, sorry, we promised to let Tatiana Berezhna for the meeting with international partners. Sorry, we would like to thank Tatiana and thank you, Tatiana. Thank you for the participation. And actually, this is the change of the attitude at the level of the government and the level of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, State Migration Service, where we still have very bureaucratic and corrupt, see, Naboo cases, pre-war cases. I think this job with spiders we need to operate with. And of course, it was mentioned, development, strengthening the relationship of Ukrainians abroad. Inside the country, regardless of limited budget, we need to keep expenses for preschool, school education, healthcare, and change the focus based on the changes and the location of the citizens in Ukraine. And it's important not just to return people, but keep the human capital which we still have in Ukraine. And finally, my message is it's very important that we have the starters. We keep saying about human-centered approach, but how to find out what their needs are. The needs of every citizens, every migrant. We may put them into segments, but they're different segments. We need to understand that. We need to approach the refugees, IDPs, those who stay at their places of residence, not to lose them as a human capital for Ukraine. I think that donors, international partners of Ukraine be engaged in the support of those starters. Thanks once again for this colleagues of Center Economics and to the business for being part of this panel. Thank you, Lip. Gender planning was very abstract some time ago. Now I understand the importance of this. I would like to invite Metro Leach. Metro made a very fundamental study which can be downloaded by QR code, but now Metro, now you're still between our lunch break and the question, your reflection. Thank you very much. Very interesting panel discussion. Try to approach human capital development from different angles, social component, economic, educational component, demographic issues. But I would like to return our discussion to more economic. And Darina Marchak in her presentation made a point what the infrastructure would look like for the return of people. And we're part of the global economic system. We compete, and we competed for human capital before the war, and that accelerated the process. Migration, war migration, as Ella mentioned. And we compete in three infrastructure. Housing, people need to have a place. The infrastructure for the work, they have to implement their potential, work potential, and infrastructure for development. They should have enough opportunities for the development, generate more and more skills which might be used further for the development of the economy. And it creates the quality of life index. We compete with quality of life. So it mentioned that people should have joint spirit, they're patriots, they're interested to come back to Ukraine. We have to secure this infrastructure on the level of basic hygiene. We should start thinking how the economic recovery and growth of Ukraine will happen. There's certain things we can do as immediate action. There are a lot of IDPs now in Ukraine who work mostly in western and central regions, which are considered more or less safe. A lot of enterprises which been relocated, we start to create value added. So our economic idea should be transformed into the development of collective know-how, development of new opportunities and competitiveness at the external market, engagement of the investments and further competition at the market. And that would create a demand for human capital in Ukraine to return Ukrainians, engage diaspora, and implement economic abilities for Ukrainians in Ukraine. I think we can find answers to demographic issues and how to multiply human capital inside the country, how to return Ukrainians from outside. Lots of ideas, studies, which are the drivers, and GLIP team did the sociological study. This is the first thing we can do to provide information, analytical support, get the understanding, better understand the people who are outside of Ukraine, strengthen communication, demonstrate that we are waiting for their return, and then we can develop the stimulus that this stimulus should not be of discrimination nature, better stimulus for the war migrants other than for the Ukrainians which is still in Ukraine. An open issue how to engage the foreigners for the Ukrainian. Are we ready to accept foreign labor force? This is a big discussion. Probably we need to do that sooner or later, and it's not just a subject for our panel discussion. And the set of the drivers would impact the potential of Ukraine, would impact the realization of the country as a country of the dreams, which were discussed at the previous panels. Darina and Ella, your brief comments before we close up. My brief reflection on Metro's reflection. I fully agree with discrimination theism, but we're working on demographic strategy and discuss different steps on different areas. We discussed the issue of the attitude towards our war migrants. And this is my personal vision. Maybe it would be included into the strategy. And the expert will consider. I think we should differentiate discrimination from adequate support. When our citizens, 3 million people or 5 million people, left Ukraine, they got free trains. Not good, but free trade. They were met at the train stations in Lviv, taken to Poland. They were met in Poland. They were provided free card, helped with clothes. People who did not have sources of funding, they were under stress. They got assistance to get to a new place. They were able to find. If we want to return the people to come back, it's not enough to say, you're welcome to come back. If we want to return the people, we need to go backwards through this chain to ensure that support for them, help them to relocate, to find a kindergarten, house, job, help them with the just. Let's be realists. People were assisted to leave Ukraine. If they were not assisted, we won't have that much migrant. Now we need to assist people to come back, to integrate inside the country when they really come back. Thank you, Darina, for your sensitivity. I didn't thought that I would have to respond that way. What is the problem? Actually, people were assisted to rescue their lives and the life of their children, and that referred not only those who left the country. I'm sorry, on the way to Uzhgorod, on each checkpoint, immediately had boys and girls and delivered sandwiches, hot drinks, the soup. I was on my way to Uzhgorod at that time. I saw that. If we want to assist in that manner, supporting reintegrate. Okay, those who are outside, we should do the same for those who are in evacuation, other Ukrainian territory, and moreover, those who were during the war stayed in Kharkiv, Dnipro. I'm not going to talk about Kiev, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Odessa. It's important that we saw the outcomes of the war times, the unity within Ukrainian society, and that level of unity. We would not keep it for that level, but the goal should be ambitious. We should keep this level of unity on that high level. This is something we got with blood, with pain, with everything from this war. No matter how long it lasts, the unity of Ukrainians will stay, and I'm sure. And secondly, what we should do, from my opinion, we should differentiate preferences targeted, they're not targeted, focused on a specific group, from the support which we provide to everyone. I'm absolutely sure there's unity, we have a differentiation, the participants of the hostility. So we should provide as much from the budget, as much as people. The society would deplore it, but if we start to differentiate from the support any other group, that might be bad. So frankly speaking, those people who are tuned for the comfort, they would not come back because there won't be such comfort which they enjoy in Germany, in Austria. They won't have that level of comfort. But here we may offer the opportunity for development. It's not just with their brains, but with their hands, which they don't have and which they would not have outside of Ukraine. I think that should be in the focus of attention. Thank you, Ella. Those who experience losses, detention, civil detention, and the social support. Otherwise, we won't be able to go for lunch. 30 seconds reflection on non-discrimination, whether it's right wording or not. There should be a general level of support. The basic level should be sure. We need to understand that there are categories of people or war migrants out of vulnerable population. We should think about the mechanism, reintegration of veterans, reintegration of IDPs, people with disabilities. We spoke a lot today about this, and this is a very sensitive and comprehensive issue for the society. And respect of our government policy should be based on the data. And this is the first information analytical support. This is what Lib mentioned. But at the same time, I would like to turn the subject back to the national versus regional or local. We should make our planning not only at the national level but create the stimulus for the communities. Decentralization was one of the most successful reforms. Decentralization is the reform which allowed Ukraine to be strong. We should delegate the authority to the local and to ensure the coordination mechanism in a very difficult issue like human capital. Thank you very much for this discussion. I think we found the interesting points and interesting statements for the government strategy and demographic policy. We'll proceed after lunch. Thank you very much. Next panel discussion will start at 3, and that would be devoted to business. We'll hear how business feels our current challenges. We'll ask whether anything to do with human capital development. Now I announce a break for lunch.
І в цій панелі ми зібрали представників безпосередньо бізнесу та бізнес-об'єднань, які, як ніхто інший, знають, як взагалі ситуація з людським капіталом виглядає очима бізнесу. І в нас сьогодні в панелі Алекс Лісіца, генеральний директор компанії.
We have Alex Lisisa from Inca Company, Natalia Yemchenko, communication expert from System Capital Management, Gennady Chizhikov, the head of Trade and Commerce Chamber of Ukraine, and Igor Lisky, the head of the supervisory group, and we have online, Transkits May. So, sir, we see you with your hands. Yeah, we see you. And the moderator for this panel, Irina Klitschkovska, we spent a week in Aspen. That was great. The head of communication from Work UA, and she has very interesting slide. Irina, the microphone is yours. Igor, you're welcome to join. Thank you very much. It's cool to have this subject under this panel. It's cool that the business been invited. Without businesses, there won't be any solutions, and I would appreciate if we can demonstrate some numbers before we launch this. WorkUA is the platform for job search. We have a lot of employers, so job seekers, 500,000. So numbers are for our market are rather, and they can tell you the trends. At the beginning of the war, business stopped to hire people, but people continued to search for jobs. People were in need of jobs. Very little vacancies. The orange and blue and yellow columns will tell you this story. This year, the vacancies, we continue to get more and more vacancies, and the trend was the same last year. So there was a drop down, significant drop down at the beginning, but now the business continues to search for jobs, and people are not sitting still, and the demand reached the pre-war level. That the labor market current the demand is huge, but the huge structural changes. On the next slide, you'll see the situation in the region. The darker color, the more number of vacancies, where they miss people, so where the business relocated, where people moved, and they took the demand for the jobs. So closer to the western border, the dark color, and the labor market experienced significant relocation, and Chernivtsi, Transcarpathia, and the demand is huge, and they don't have these people. And my last slide. This is the slide, sort of scary for everyone. Thank you for joining us. You are on the worst news. Join them. So from the moment when many people were job seekers, and the response for one vacancy was about 100, so the company posted advertising. There were lots of volunteers to try. Now the trend is scary. From the beginning of the war, the number of responses to every event continues to go down. This trend is more stronger than this season, and so less feedback, less and less people available at the market, and the employees trying to take steps to reduce the requirements, take people without experience, start paying more, and we see the average wage bill increasing more than 20,000 increases. And recently we had 18 only for an employee. And businesses finds it difficult. Business wants to grow, wants to recover. on the way to operate, and they don't have enough people, and we won't get more people. So I would like to start with this statement. What business is going to do? Globally, there are three ways, and I'll be happy to discuss three ways how to increase our reserve in cadre. The simplest, bring people, so we spoke about migration at the previous panel. Okay, let's invite people to come. Good idea, but until the war is still on, it's not the best option. Not many people would be willing to come here to work. Second option, to change people, like technologies, modernize production. Instead of 30 people, one person and the robots would do the job. Artificial intelligence, they're talking a lot how it would substitute or not substitute people. It's one of the options. And the third option, to train people, develop their skills, increase their efficiency. Everybody's complaining of low efficiency of Ukraine. I remember the beginning of 90s, and they're so cool. Wow, your people are so smart. They didn't have, unfortunately, this over, and we need to improve the efficiency, and we need to develop. Are there any other ways to fill in the gaps to compensate the lack of human capital? This is something I would like to discuss with our panelists. If you don't mind, I'll start with Natalia. She represents huge business. Business finds it difficult, industrial business. Where to get people? Many people left. Many people are at the battlefield, and lots of industrial enterprises are very close to the contact line of hostility with easy flight for the missiles. What your business is going to do, systemic business, not to stop, not because of the breakdown of the electricity, but yes, I'm an industrialist. By industrial business is very much linked to the territory. This is the business which physically is there. Or people do energy business, the tech and business, which became known last winter. And it's not just the tech, it's just a small part of a big energy system of Ukraine from generation perspective. We have only 15%, but the problem is, and became visible, that the metallurgy business, and now during the war, it performs a very important functions. The production of steel inside the country, we produce a lot for the army, and that goes to the battlefield. It would become very important for the recovery. If a country decides or will decide to produce their own arms. So metal is something neither military neither defense production or the recovery of the country would not be possible. Ukraine was always the steel importer at a high risk. And all our enterprises are close at 100 kilometers from the contact line. A high risk that we won't be able to modernize that fast, but whatever is close than 100 kilometers can be hit by missiles. So none of the air alarm would not be able, from the launch, the landing of the missile, seconds, couple of minutes. This, for us, for the industry business, the key point is, and this is a huge challenge, the labor for safety and life conditions. For businesses which are closer than 100 kilometers to the contact line. Important issue is safety. What business can do to secure safety? To secure safety, of course, we work on physical safety. We have a program on shelters, not only for our enterprise, but for the kindergartens, for the school. There's a comprehensive approach to our metallurgy enterprises, jointly with the military found decapsulars. I go under. There is a complicated system, but very complicated. But we're working on this special modules inside the premises. Number two, life conditions issue: water, electricity, and the third story that the work should be visible and would have some value for the energy sector. Great motivation was of the appreciation last winter. They started to get the awards. Actually, this is a great value for them. They feel important. But we do have, again, this is a market studies. If nothing changed from safety perspective, summer 22, one vacancies will have 0.75 candidates. So now we have 1-to-1. By summer next year, the ratio would go negative. I have no choice at all. We work hard with IDPs. We employed 10,000 employees. We provide training, retraining for them, vocational training. This is a big challenge. We cooperate with Ministry of Education. They have their own vision on the reform, vocational training. It's the prestige of working specialities. If we don't do that together with the government, we start to reintegrate the veterans. And we have 15,000 of those who been. And it's easier to come to the big enterprise. So people are called to the army from big enterprises. Unfortunately, we have a big number of those who died. So about more than 10% of our staff been mobilized, called to the army. We work a lot for them, their families, and this is an integral part of our cooperation with the families. We have to work with veterans and their families, and we start to work with veterans, those people who come back, who did not work for us before the war. This is briefly. I think you'll be able to elaborate on all these stages. Next question. Use your time, which is limited to my knowledge. Your labor force, your human capital is more mobile, but very competitive at the global market. How you feel whether you are losing that many people as the industry, and what you do to fill in the gap, to find the human resource which is missing today? Thank you very much for the question. Industry differs from other industry. If we look at from the year 22, these industries actually grow 6%. If we compare with the year 21, end of 22, there were some events. The global IT industry started to move into a crisis. We had a lot of firing Google, Facebook, and did impact the global we feel very difficult placing orders in Ukraine. The old ones are ending. The new ones are not coming, but the IT industry remains to be flat. When we compare the data from National Bank of Ukraine, quarter three to quarter three, 3% decrease. So what's happening at the labor market? It changed. It was the labor market of the employer. We were definitely missing with 20% growth before the war, and we invested a lot. Now the labor market changed. Now this is a company market. For one opening, we have several people, several applicants. The companies found it easier, but it doesn't make us happy. We do understand that after the war, the IT industry will continue to develop, and our task during the war to work actively with education. Before the war, so we have 12,000 employees, and they need 3,000 annually. So where to take them? 3,000. We can find we may go to private universities, Catholic university, but they graduate 100 graduates per year. Our approach was to work with university on individual program, so we give state universities what we can add to develop a synergy. I think that change state university for business is very difficult. And those programs, when every time we develop individual program, but universities are missing marketing. We develop individual program in Lviv or Kiev, Dnipro, Kharkiv, marketing with the best graduates to come to us. So if they don't have enough faculty, we provide our. If they don't have enough practical sites, we invite for practical. So we launched a big mechanism which operates today. But what's difficult for us today, that everyone who come on individual program, we promised employment yourself. We cannot provide that. So we have this surplus. And our message is simple. Should invest into yourself. The war would be over, but the knowledge you will need always. And we provide you with global knowledge. Many people left Ukraine, a lot came back, but there's another response. Global companies, so some we diversify on labor markets. We cooperate actively in Mexico, Chile, Colombia, in addition to our traditional development center, Poland, Romania, and Bulgaria. This is kind of a brief overview. Can you surplus of IT special, where you think would go? Are the industries become attracted drivers or would go outside of Ukraine? So the industry would be losing people into whom we have invested. We hope that the war would be over and they would stay and work in Ukraine. Of course, they would not become tractor drivers. They would be able to find a place in the global IT industry. No matter how hard we look, Ukraine, from the global, this is a region. People move freely. people whom we cooperate, whom we invest, they don't have barriers whether to work from the US or Germany. They're global individuals. It would be easy to find a job. There are some limitations on the transfer, but slowly those obstacles would be removed and they will find themselves at the market. But we would go to the labor markets where we keep contact with them. Moreover, we have a positive view. And any situation you can look at opportunity. Lots of people left, but they are acquiring global experience, which is difficult to get when they're in Ukraine. But the best ones will be back to Ukraine, and that would be a strong push for the development of IT industry. Thank you very much. Concerned that we should fight hard for men who are mostly IT specialists, not to more. And now my question goes to Alex. Agri sector. Ukraine was always a donor for other countries for seasoning works, for employment to collect strawberries. Whether the agri sector feels a lack of people, how to compensate that?
Good evening. Matter of fact, whereas in classical business you have three factors, human capital and cash capital. In agriculture you also have land. You can take the first two to Krakow or Morocco, but what about land? We work in the areas close to the front lines, in high-risk areas, the security of our employees, 2,000 people that are within reach of the enemy fire is very high. We are sometimes 5-7 kilometers away from the attacks. It means that we experience immense issues with personnel because of this vicinity and labor-intensive nature. One of the communities is halved now. You can imagine what is the situation with the human capital in Sumy region. Moreover, if you are working, so to speak, 100% legally, you won't find new hires, especially among men. Before such a candidate would have to report himself to the recruitment office. They won't do that. It means that we are now back to the beginning of the 90s, gray zone. If you dare build something and find a contractor, nothing will ever be complete. That's about investment and capex, because you sign a contract, next morning there'll be guys from the recruitment office at your doorstep. Well, I'm not complaining. That's the situation in which we all have to work. We will have to work, and like I say, we can't relocate, we can't migrate, because black soil is not what you put in your carriage and transport to Germany. At the time of war, I believe we need to look very carefully at the education. Apart from the Catholic University of KSE, most government finance institutions look to me like this air sprayer that is used to move leaves to larger heaps, and then men come with a fork and load it manually. Well, it looks good. It uses electricity, but solves no problem. It's about education. We don't seem to be resolving any issues inherent in our education. We are just blowing leaves away. You 5 years of education in accounting or law, and then the alumni deliver pizza. We have so many universities that print diplomas no one needs, but now if you want to find an engineer that had put your boiler in operation on the eve of the winter, you won't find any. That's, by the way, about vocational training. And the government seems that those that emigrated, painters, plaster layers, engineers, are not gonna come back to Ukraine. You can expect a return of accountants or auditors, where it's our biggest problem today, to me, is that we have a very strange system of education with only 10% dedicated to vocational training and the rest to giving out diplomas with God knows what type of educations. When people come and say they have 3 diplomas, I say, okay, you should probably knock on St. Peter's door. So I think that it is the time when we have a very good chance to overhaul our system of education. No problem if you complete a year of studies and then apply for GLOW to deliver food, but we need to start from somewhere. Like I say, we, like I already mentioned, still admire that a garden cleaner, Mikhailo Vinnytsky, who was taking part in one of the earlier panels, was applauding you. Well, he thinks that we have too many university diploma holders in Ukraine. People having stayed in Germany for several months and waited for recognition of their diplomas, decided to come back because it's easier here. What's health care, to have an appointment with a doctor or to get an operation? Well, in well, you mentioned that Ukraine should look for more value added. This means high qualified personnel. I don't like the word human resource, I like human capital more. So, how do we make our human capital more effective? Which are the steps that we need to take in order to make it happen? Well, overhauling the system of education will certainly take many years. But what about now when we see that there isn't enough human capital in terms of, well, numbers and qualifications? Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'll try to be as much down to earth as I can. Well, economy is a science after all. So, if we want to think about such an important factor of it as human capital, we need to be clear about the ultimate goal, so to speak, what type of economy we should have, what type of product we should have, and where do we want to sell it. Lots of discussion in form, but what about substance? I am convinced that the future of Ukraine is associated with the European Union. We all want it, but we understand very little of what it implies. Second, if we talk about a nation that might one day, maybe by the end of this decade, join the European Union, we should have started preparing ourselves 10 years ago. Well, fine, our fellow citizens are issued temporary protection certificates if they effect is extended, then we'll have to compete against European economies. Education, agree. The number of universities or diplomas issued by them that have little credibility is a big issue. The bigger problem, however, is that very few know which qualifications and skills we want to generate. We've lost that system. At the Institute of the Future, I once asked if the government knows which production facilities are being built or are planned to be built, what are the priorities of the government policy. Well, we hear a lot about the more distant future, but what about today? And therefore, there is no public orders made today. What else? I'd be happy if I could see that businesses are showing their concern. I hope that businesses will make government face it. I need so many tractor operators. I need so many beekeepers. Can you imagine? Beekeepers. This, by the way, to me is a very interesting story that might help offer employment to many, including veterans, well, mental health. And there is a third story. The future of Ukraine I associate with the future reindustrialization of Ukraine. That is to say, Ukraine should be able to master new, innovative enterprises, competitive enterprises. This means new engineers, new electricians, new IT capable of running the system. In other words, it is high time that we try and, so to speak, redefine an education, redeploy our education, and even think about our urban development, our cities. It is not that easy to make people want to come by offering them just a competitive salary. For someone to want to come back, well, they would not be happy with a competitive salary. They want an adequate quality of life, and this means locations, modern kindergartens, modern healthcare facilities. Well, something comparable to France, Poland, Germany. That's exactly whence we want Ukrainians to come back. School education, there is different, and this should be available not just in Kiev, but in Sambyr, Buzhsk, Smila, I mean smaller municipalities around Ukraine. We relocated several of our facilities to the west of Ukraine, built them from scratch, so to speak. Now people start asking me, okay, you want us to come back? Fine, I can, but what about my children? They'll soon be of school age, so I need a soccer club nearby, a school. This is a wholly new approach to urban development. You can't develop human capital without giving a thought to modern urban development or think about, conceive of making our people return to Ukraine. One other thing, if we envision a growth track, we'll have to also discuss engaging foreign workforce, something that we are not ready to discuss, bringing Sri Lankans to work at textile factories. Well, we have to be quite honest about that. We have to develop some sort of a demand for that and start discussing it with the government.
Now we'd like Gennady to take the microphone to continue with the subject. What business should do, what the government should do, what the members of your association say, what they are ready to do, and what they would like to delegate to the my message is simple. When you work at the Trade and Commerce Chamber, so people always ask what you're doing there. Yeah, I deal with trends during the day, 10, 20 business. So by the end of the week, we understand the trends. So from the trend perspective, I'm not going to talk about safety. Natalia mentioned that. The point is, it's not the first, but the second, labor force. What is labor force? This is something the country cannot develop without. 91, we were 51 million, and we still were not able to reach GDP level, which we had in 91. How many people left, stayed in the country? Different estimates. We had 50, around 30 now. European Union, this is a high league. When you play for the high league in tennis, it's better to have a good coach. But in countries where GDP is higher, people leave out of Poland where GDP higher. But this is a beginning of outflow. We should understand that should be a classical program. Any economy, developed economy, look at the US, Europe, internal migration, and thanks to the war, we realized that people start to migrate. In the US, an individual can move 12 times, and that shows the efficiency of the country where the internal migration is. So each region start to fight for the best specialists, for the labor force, and it's very important for us to understand. From the fully agree with Igor, Ukraine proved for many years that we're a cool nation from integration perspective and adaptation. But I fully agree that Ukraine is absolutely not ready to integrate the others into Pepsi, Coca-Cola. Yeah, we're there, but from where and whom? As a Trade and Commerce Chamber, we bring up this year. Let's discuss the migration policy. All the countries which we know in Europe and the others, they develop using the labor force. 2% GDP growth in Poland thanks to Ukrainians who work in Poland. All that tells that these issues, migration policy, are important for us, but we should not go for after response, but prepare ourselves, our population for that. Let's. The World Bank told us that Ukraine requires more than 420 billion. How much the labor force you need for 1 billion? Again, depending what we want, either innovative business or agricultural business, from 1,000 up to 10,000 labor force to work on this matter. But 400 million for how much of the labor force? This is pure mathematics. This is a pure math exercise. Where we find them? Qatar case, 250,000 the local population and 2 million migrants, and the GDP level in Qatar per capita, they compete only with Luxembourg. We should find that much of oil. No, 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 no. So people can live without oil. So our brain and our people, that's important. So back to the education. We have competition everywhere except education. Why don't we have a competition? The business should compete for every grade, but not smoke cigars and think that I think there is a competition, but we should talk to Mikhailo Vinitsky on this. Natalia, your point? 3 quick reflection on education. Actually, for me, education is a separate issue, which does not really directly related to labor force, which is vocational education. It's not a part of the discussion at all. Strange to hear about higher education. We need to speak about Dina Zagorodny. Mikhailo was here before, but the labor force is vocational training. What should we do with vocational training? This is a universe size issue. The role of business and vocational training is a key one. The government understands that from our previous discussions, but to call it a strategy, hardly. Business should be ready for that. They should assume not responsibility, but a big role about colleges, vocational colleges, and that would impact the situation in Ukraine. This is reflection, my reflection on comment on education. Today, the train driver makes more than a school teacher, but people do enter universities, but we don't have train drivers. We as industrial business provide lots of trainings ourselves. And sorry for the cliche, but prestige of the work profession, this is a big task for us. But we have to come back to the respect of industrial business. In Ukraine, the attitude to the economy is strange. Economy, they don't like it, but respect is a tricky issue as well. Again, my reflection about schools, kindergartens, but business should take an active role. We supported a pilot, 5 schools. The idea is simple. We have 5 Soviet-type schools to transform them children-centered approach, especially not that much money is needed to change the roof or windows. We are working on the change of principle for the old schools, for the new ones. Physical space dictates. Business can help to transform physical space. Curriculum depends on it, but what happens with physical space, we can do that. Next point, veterans. Veterans is huge potential for us. We work with them a lot, but reintegration of veterans, that hits my ear. We should not talk about reintegration of veterans with that many number of people who were in the battlefield. We have veteran-centric society. What that means? Society should change. We, as employers, should change. We should work with the teams, but not with veterans. We should not adjust veterans to fit them into the current person. It's not possible. Veteran-centric society is the society which would accept the veteran as a huge economic resource, but not as a problem. And the third case, similar to what was mentioned, I just want to focus again, the recovery of Ukraine. We talk about the post-war recovery of Ukraine. The problem is that post-war recovery, the return to the life we had before the war would not happen. We need to consider all other drivers. We have to synchronize recovery with safety, what safe production should look like, and this is important. 400 million, which Gennady mentioned, it's not what we need to build better. This is just our losses, the ruins, the damages. This is the World Bank estimate. Probably with trillion, the biggest investment project in Europe since World War II. The main challenge would not be money, but safety, as I mentioned, and capacity. It's not just about people who can do anything with their hand. Capacity is about people who can do something new with their hand. And a huge challenge that many instances will do something like green steel, that nothing existed before. Europe started 10 years ago with the investment, but we need to start doing something where what had been done before anyone. Investment cycle, business is ready, but the government should make it a priority. There should be guarantees, insurance of war risk, super complicated. But without this new economy created, value added would not happen. Thank you. My venture capital invest. If we look at our human capital, international donor, international investor, would they invest considering our human capital? I think we should stop thinking that we're in the center of the universe and everyone is ready to invest millions, trillions. No, this is not the case. They're not going to invest money into Ukraine until we of the interest in terms of the atmosphere and everything. We're not there yet. We're telling that everyone that we're cool, but whether believe into that or not. I would like to comment Igor's position. I'm sure that the government has nothing to do to the higher education. Igor tells that they never understood what kind of government order should be, how many farmers we need. This is not their subject. I would go the way like, guys, we have cool universities in Ukraine, they're private, School of Economy, American University, and that's it. Maybe some others. All others are not competitive. The graduate students are ready to pay money to get good education, Kiev School of Economics at the line, and then go to Poltava Agro University, and there is no lines for the electrician there. I would go for the radical path. During the war, all those billions would go for the university. I would take, look, 400 university, compete. You are welcome to compete, to fight for business, for money, for students. And the billions, I would put them into vocational training there where the investment should go on the national level. That would be a mega reform. There'll be a lot of huge number of people who are not happy, but that should happen. Migration back to Ukraine. Business understand that we need migrants, but I would. Germany lost the war back in '45. They signed the agreements, but the Americans in '49 gave the money and Marshall Plan, and they started to develop. This Marshall Plan gave them the push, and the miracle after, when they invited the Turks and sticks to Germany, the restored business when the 10-15% growth of economy, and they invited Turks. But by that time, they returned their refugees from Poland, other countries. I don't think we have other way. Unlike the Germans, we will win. We need to return our people back home. And secondly, we need to think about the migration. Fully agree with Igor. Mentally, we're not ready. Mentally, that Pakistanis would live in my village. Just imagine Pakistanis in my village. Mentally, we're not ready. That we're not ready to live in urban area. So full-scale urbanization. People don't want to live in Mironinka and Zinkiv, Poltava. People want to live where the schools are, where the kindergartens are. So we should step away from this rural development. Yes, there'll be urban center. We should accept that. Develop that and invite those urban centers, invite the foreigners. Now we should think whom we want to see, whether it should be Pakistanis or Filipinos or Venezuela, who would come and what they would get. And this is the 5 or 7 years period, but we need to discuss now. I fully agree with that. Igor, you took them.
Well, thank you. I see that you already have the mic. So, who should be the driving force behind it, business or government? I am I'd be happy to think that we can take overnight those universities. I think that we have probably 25 competitive that could be turned private, but this would be utopian of me, frankly. We don't have even the vaguest vision. We've been doing lots of research at the Institute of the Future, several concept papers been prepared, but if we had one or two universities, technical universities, I mean, comparable to European universities of the same description, it would be much easier for me to say, good, here you have this role model and let's follow it and take down what we inherited from the Soviet Union. Some Well, I know that DTAC has their academy, where we have a very powerful agrarian story. So why don't we have a large private agrarian university that would train not just tractor operators? I'm not sure that we'd have tractor operators in 5 years from now. Tractors might go unmanned with an operator remotely controlling them using GPS. We need chemists, we need agriculturalists who can do, well, I don't know, hanging gardens. So I'd be happy to hear that the private sector has engaged itself. Well, there's a special program in the agrarian sector, 100% private, funded by the agrarian business. I'll invite you to 200 persons. Well, good beginning. Mr. Drak is asking for the floor. I will give it to him and then ask you one last question of this panel. For us to be competitive, what the government should do, local communities, and what are you as businesses prepared to do? Just to, so your comments, sir, and then an answer to my question. Well, I would offer three things. No enterprise will succeed in their HR management unless they have a policy in this areas. I remember Textile Contact told us about their seamstresses. He told that they work with vocational training institutions that train competitive workers. Second, no business would succeed unless it invests in education. We have to invest in it, not just wait for it to transform on itself. And one last thing, education at government, educational institution may only succeed if it is, well, if it's turned private. Educational institutions should compete for talent, so to speak, and so that well, this kind of competition is likely to expose who's who in a very short period of time, and all those supervisory boards need to change. You can't go by, so to speak, self-election. You won't find any examples there around the world. That's what the government should do, and businesses. And, well, communities, the communities should contribute to the improvement of our university education in any way possible. Thank you. Then, very briefly, what do we expect of the government, of the local communities, and of yourself in order to improve the quality of human capital? As far as the government is concerned, I've already told you about that. No migration policy, total reform of education to make it capable of training vocational and, well, businesses. We are in the survival mode currently, and we survive spending the available resources. Can we invest in education? Yes, I think we can, depending on our resources, but at any rate, we, for instance, try to reorientate ourselves towards training of female personnel for the agrarian sector. Oh, maybe one day the distinction between female and male occupations will vanish. For you, for us, the security is top priority, and industrial businesses amongst the priorities of the state should be very clear. Without power generation and distribution, you can't expect any successful recovery. Well, the government, it would be very important for it to state their priorities with regard to recovery and, well, invite domestic businesses, not just internationals, that would bring, of course, their contractors there. So localization, proper localization is a big part of the discussion. The government, again, like I said, we've been doing our best, but European integration is not just a challenge, but a big opportunity. Let me start from the rule of law. We are ready. We're willing to invest. We want to be cool partners for international partners. No international partner would ever come unless they have a local partner. We have to help local communities to transform, because quality of life, living conditions are a big factor in facilitating return of Ukrainian citizens from abroad. Local communities have to desovietize their space. Nadi? Not to be repetitive, I'll say this. Two key words. Ukraine is an export-oriented country, which is important. That's important to understand where our future lies with raw material or value added. We can't just export raw given the amounts. We have to process more. And second, integration. It is the key word. Ukraine has long been living in its own world. The faster we integrate with global trends, the faster we become comprehensible for ourselves and for others around us. And this means many things, not just education. You know, our kids love to go to the States for study, to London, UK, and interestingly, they don't have the Ministry of Education over there. No, I'm not. Although the Americans would probably want to challenge you, okay. And one last thing, without a proficiency in English, nobody will ever get us. Oh, yes, that's right. And Igor, you have the final word. Okay, like I say, we need to start by defining what kind of Ukraine we are building and what we are building it for. The key component in this thinking is our people. We have already paid a very high price to make Ukraine our own land. We need to do even more for the government to listen to Ukrainians and for Ukrainians to be able to live a dignified life in Ukraine. So it is for people, and This means we have to create best possible conditions, good workplaces, decently paid for, at a level comparable to the European Union. And third, we need to build our policies as if we already were part of the European Union, that is to say, properly, and without respectful attitude treatment of the veterans and their integration in the economy of our future, there will be no future. So special supports, integrative training, assistance to entrepreneurs and employees from amongst the veterans. It's apart from work, new jobs, training, retraining, quality of life. Local government, local authorities, well, after all, everything is localized in all these villages, neighborhoods, who are going to compete not only inside Ukraine but with EU kindergartens, free time activities, sports, etc., should be encoded in the new urban development philosophy. And last but not least, in 5 years after we have returned our fellow citizens, we'll start thinking about where do we get extra workforce. No special Ukrainian wonder is possible. We have to start working on that today. Thank you. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to discuss everything we'd wanted to, including mental health, etc. But at least we understand which are the concerns for the Ukrainian businesses. We know where the government has to work better, where the local communities should contribute to improving the quality of life. If everyone, government, business, local authorities start thinking about people, it'd be for the success for all of us. Glory to Ukraine.
Дякую, шановні.
Thanks a bunch to the panelists. And let me remind you that about 1,000 attendees are with us online. So let's take a very short break, 10 minutes tops. Well, every time when I start thinking about how we make good policies, we should consult with the businesses, but there is yet another component, civil society. And our last panel is dedicated to civil society. Let's resume once again. Our online audience is much bigger than the offline one. Our next panel is dedicated to the role of civil society in promoting the development of human capital. Our panelists today are representatives of the organizations that are deeply involved in this process. Those that know very well when the interests of the civil society are well accommodated and where they are sometimes disregarded. Mr. Sushko from Vidrodin, Sergei Pozniak from Finstream, Sergeant, the National Guards of Ukraine, Lieutenant Oksana Kosenko, coordinator of UNDP Civil Society Development Projects, and Ms. Matveychuk, head of Center of Civil Liberties, is online with us. The moderator of this discussion is Vasil Babich from the Economic Recovery Center. The floor is yours. Good evening, dear colleagues. During the previous panel discussions, for the benefit of those who joined us now, we had the government panel, then expert panel on demographics, business panel. Now we are about to start our civil society-centered panel discussion, and I hope that this is by far the freest panel discussion. Alexandra Matveychuk, hi, and I hope that this panel discussion will help us identify both the so-called weak spots and the growth points for the development of human capital in Ukraine. My first introductory comment goes to Ukrainians, economy, something that we talked about a bit, but the future, and the future is the third key word in the subtitle of our forum, were overlooked. Mikhailo Vinnytsky, however, submitted that we should start building the Ukraine of dreams and fulfillment of our dreams. Ella Libanova seconded him, saying we should build a Ukraine where people would like to stay on. Danila Mizmarchak from the Ministry of Social Policy said, okay, why don't we start building Ukraine where one would like to live and enjoy living here and now? Question for you, dear panelists. What's your vision of Ukraine where one would like to live in Ukraine 2030, 2040? But please be brief. Okay, let me start. I'm now looking at Lesya, and thanks a lot for your speech. By the way, I encourage that Alexandra's yesterday's appearance on TEDx mentioned that it is impossible to plan for anything in the broken world. Ukraine, it seems, is yet to acquire an existential certainty in its future to start planning for anything. This is a reality, and I'm sorry for being probably pessimistic. We haven't yet regained our right to be. When we have, we will probably start thinking about future. And my Ukraine, Oksana, thanks. I am now addressing you on behalf of the UNDP, and currently organization is in the process of strategizing planning, people planning, planet and peace. The people is all about person, people-centeredness, development of human capital. Partnership is clearly about building partnerships between government businesses inside the civil society, horizontal and vertical ties. Planet is all about our environment and peace. Clearly, there is promoting long-lasting peace, something that we're striving for. Junior Lieutenant Mr. Pasniak. Well, as I was going to the States for having my prosthesis done, I was still a sergeant, and when I landed, I was already junior lieutenant. So our future are the elites, business and political elites, as is the case in many successful nations, UK, US, Israel. If in one sentence, elites are about responsibility. It's not about privileges, if you ask me, not about preferences, but about the responsibility, accountability. The members of the military, veterans, have proven that they can act responsible by taking up in arms and going to the front. And second, well, it's about creating added value inside the country by businesses that are here, that are created here, that develop here. Mr. Sushko, thanks. To me, Ukraine as a nation of citizens, not just people who are aware of their nationality, but those who take ownership in the future of this country, who are aware of their duties and rights, who assume responsibility for that future, who are not just territorially attached to this country, but contributing jointly to building the future, the destiny of this nation, being constantly aware of their co-ownership responsibility for that. Thank you, Alexandra. I hope you could hear us and see us. What's your vision? I have a clear vision of the country that I'd love to live in. That's where my organizations, Center of Civil Liberties, will cease to exist because it wouldn't be needed any longer. But what about today? What do we need to do now to make this future happen? In fact, we don't know, we can't know whether we are amidst the war, at the end of the war, or just at the beginning of the war that Russia started against Ukraine in 2014. This means there is no luxury we can utilize to procrastinate and defer. Human capital, two things important for me. When we talk recovery, we should put people at the heart of it. And this implies a certain triangular effort. We should convince our international partners that we cannot wait until victory, and also this triangle should include not only international partners and the national government, but the civil society in the broadest sense of the word, local government, local businesses, Ukrainian NGOs, and many other actors for this triangle to be sturdy and robust. Now to the social capital. It's an illusion to think that the war can unify. Well, it can for a period of time, but unless you take effort, the divides inside the society can lead to its implosion, and we can see this already happening. So the social capital is of two types. Some bond capital, when you have, so to speak, close groups where you enjoy mutual trust and assistance, but that's when the bridges another type of social capital which is happening when the groups associate with each other, and so it is important that to build bridges we need not just talk about them, but build them up, contribute to their building, insofar as the kingdom divided will not stand. Thank you. It was a blitz, so to speak, poll. I have two more blitz rounds about the pillars, so to speak. We have civil society in Ukraine. We have many more volunteers, many more charity foundations, and civil society organizations around than we used to. And of course, it derives from the prior history, the Orange Revolution, the Revolution of Dignity, and some other milestones during which the entire nation was tested for its resilience. And of course, the February 24th, 2022, the beginning of the full-scale Russian invasion, which, well, has been going on for at least 8 years, or some submit over 300 years. So the civil society and its cornerstones. Alexandra mentioned recovery moments ago. What can we as the civil society invest in recovery? I would add modernization and reconstruction. Well, jumping a bit ahead. So where our super strengths rooted in the civil society? Okay, let me then kick it off. The first, so to speak, cornerstone is the members of the military, veterans of the anti-terrorist operation, and who were probably the first on February the 24th to come to recruitment offices, to pick up arms, and went to the front. However, we know that there are people who will come back and continue fighting until the very end when we have built a life acceptable for us. Second pillar is, well, the divides in the business world. Civil and military oriented businesses need to act in concert with each other, and family reunification of families. If we've succeeded in accomplishing these three objectives, will define how successfully we move on. Yes, you can rely on our partners' assistance, but after all, it's our people who gonna use this assistance. Nobody can help us implement these strategies from. Thank you. Well, for one, it's probably our experience, the civil society, and so-called NGOs, volunteer organization, charity funds that started to work even more after February the 24th, 2022, have been doing fantastic things as donor organization. I recall the very first days when we received a request to fund the procurement of 500 paper cups, disposable paper cups, to distribute drink water at the central railway station in Lviv. And by the way, this organization had before that fighting paper, disposable kitchenware, and non-for-profit organizations in Ukraine buy weapons. Nowhere in the world can you see that. They do all starting from humanitarian assistance, hot meal distribution, and they are just ordinary people, representatives of the civil society who are engaged in that. That's the experience that we now have. We know how you can stay on foot in the initial days of military invasion. And by the way, I think that we can promote this experience. We can export it, so to speak, and share it with those who would like to learn of it. Thank you. Who? Thank you. I've taken down several, so to speak, bullet points, but I'll start with values, how they support us Ukrainians who are fighting for our victory, and members of the civil society who help our government contributing to our resilience are well aware of the fact that we all want to live in a democracy, in a free state where the rights and freedoms of everyone are respected. And this awareness helps us understand what kind of Ukraine we would like to see after we've prevailed in the war. Mr. Alexander, on top of what has already been said, I would like to refer to an unprecedented dynamics of the change within such a short span of time. In fact, the pace of changes and getting mature is something that few have experienced in our time. That's a resource and a risk at the same time. We are moving pretty fast, and but our rear, so to speak, might be lagging behind, if I may, and this new quality we now see in our society might be taking shape in a fragmented manner, and significant part of our society may lag behind, and then the gaps between the leaders and the mass total may get broader, may get wider. Therefore, we need to take care to not let these gaps indeed broaden. Can I second what Mr. Sushko has just said. We are in a sort of a borderline situation when we see clearer who's where, who's for. This helps us plan and strategize and implement our strategies. Ms. Matveychuk, I know that you are short of time. I'm trying to kind of make a segue to our next question. Could you, ma'am, just reflect on what we can base ourselves on and how we can develop growth? I think that the society has at least two feet on which we rest. There are two things I can offer. First, the goal. It is paramount to understand what we're fighting for and define the goal, because unless you know where you go, no wind will push your sails. It's not important to push Russians out of our territories, regain our full sovereignty and liberate people who live in the temporarily and partially occupied territories of Ukraine, but also to complete the societal transformation, to prevail in what started in 2014. I mean, democratic transformation after the victory in the Revolution of Dignity. We started the process and we have to complete it. That's the goal. And second, so to speak, pillar are, well, ordinary people who do extraordinary things. Even before this full-scale invasion, my colleagues from other countries, members of the media, would ask me about our assessment, our analysis, and I then try to explain them. Look, you live in Switzerland and Germany, Belgium, or other traditional democracies, so if anything existential ever happens, your citizens can safely rely on effective government. But we don't live in a Switzerland. We have never had the luxury of living with effective government machinery. It is only now that we are trying to establish them. So whenever anything existential happens, people assume that responsibility and create this points of consolidation. And this has happened after the full-scale invasion. Ordinary people, after many international actors left the country, and showed the rest of the world that ordinary people fighting for their freedom and independence are really stronger than the world's second strongest army in the world. Well, it is second indeed after the Ukrainian armed forces. Thank you. Could you now reflect on what Ms. Matvichuk just said? Well, I would only dare add that this divide between autocracies and democracies that is now becoming more evident than it was before. So I'd say that autocracies put collective good in front of the individual ones, whereas in democracy, individual rights and freedoms take priority over some collective ideas. So if I see a human being and a person in front of me, if I respect their rights and freedoms, is what actually makes us different from Russia and other autocracies. This is something that we should. Thank you, thank you. I trying to take us to the growth points for the civil society. Vasily's third question, I would refer to two such growth points and challenges at the same time. The first challenge, which is not unique for Ukrainians, it's the challenge that the entire world has faced or is facing today. That's simple solutions to complex questions and the inclination to believe those who offer simple solutions. Well, in more peaceful times, simple solutions are not that harmful. You can do sit-ups if you are healthy, but if you have been diagnosed with, say, any type of cancer, continuing to sit up may be detrimental. Now we understand that the civil society should set the trends and go against this inclination of the majority to accept simple solutions. And second thing which concerns me plenty is that the Ukrainian society seems to have accumulated lots of negative emotions. To me, who's been documenting impact of the Russian war for at least 8 years now, this is clear. So when people can get hold of the perpetrators, they may sometimes start delivering blows on those who are closer to them, on people next door. I would offer you well, actually refer to an interview given by Ksenia Voznitsina of the forest clearance Lisova Polyana. What she said was that we all seem to be affected with a PTSD, but in fact, PTSR can only be diagnosed in 10 to 20% of the general population, unless countermeasures are taken. And I can see that people start being attached to their trauma. Well, no denying there is one, but there is a risk that the society will opt for becoming a victim, and victims tend to wait for some external rescue to come and change everything.
Виходячи через досвід, який ми
Uh,
проходимо,
Can
вчимося, що ми є наші працівники. І тому я казала,
I should, however, say that based on our experience, we ourselves are the ones who can rescue ourselves, and we have to learn to transform pain into the energy and stop assaulting each other and shaking the bridges being built between different societal groups, but instead
намагатися стати
reinforce them, make them stronger, making ourselves stronger. This is not the choice we wanted to make, but we have to make it. Now, thank you, Alexandra. Let me once again remind you that that's the third blitz question I'd like to ask you. Going from weak points to growth points. Alexandra just mentioned those simple solution and friendly fire when we get over emotional,
Події, які трапляються на фронті в цивільному житті, і ми таким чином
reflecting on the developments and sometimes assaulting next of kin, friends, colleagues. So where do you see those growth points? Oh, I recalled a quotation, you can't escape pain, but you can always choose to not suffer from the pain. It echoes what Lesa was just saying. We didn't opt for that pain, but we may always choose how to treat it. The answer to that challenge is, well, every Ukrainian should take an effort to be close to another Ukrainian. Unless we understand that our biggest value is ourselves, then those divides may get the entire society blown up. But more pragmatically, I would say that this entire energy of the volunteerism, the energies of the thousands, hundreds of thousands that joined the civil society stay so that they discover what professional civic effort means, that it is something where they can work, where they can even get paid for what they are doing. Isn't it a scandal to make that statement? But this is true. There are so most definitely making civil society as a sector more professional could be a way. Could I take this discussion of pain a little bit further? You know, when your arm is severed without painkiller, it hurts, and it hurts when you are already in hospital, and you can be pretty much frustrated. But after all, it's just a leg. Okay, so I'd support. It's about values and goals. If no wind will be with you unless you know where you are sailing.
Ну, насправді це я не розцінюю це як якісь там негативні події. Доленосно, да.
Well, it is
Цього ніколи не бігав.
Before that, I never took to track, and then they invited me to take part in a competition. I thought it would be a walkover, but when they put a bag full of sand on my shoulders, I knew right away it wouldn't be easy. I came sixth. Коля Заречный of Invictus Games was someone who was watching me, so that pain became my growth point. But many people contributed to this transformation, starting from medical professionals to veterans organizations. So some developments can turn negative experience into a positive achievement. Thank you. Could I discuss a little bit further about what Natalia mentioned? The Ukrainian civil society, generally speaking, has always been capable of giving a consolidated response to various challenges we faced since our independence. Of course, the beginning of the full-scale invasion was more important. So I'd say that our growth point can be seen in transforming the humanitarian response to more robust and forward-looking strategies, including ways that the civil society can affect the decision-making in the society, national decision-making, where civil society can advocate for decisions that are people-centered and oriented on citizens. A bit more on the growth points. Yes, we can all observe that the capacity of the civil society has grown quantitatively and qualitatively alike. We also see that the discrepancies between the regions have started to vanish. Earlier on, we saw a disproportion between activity of the civil society in major cities and the regions. And another dimension here is our international interaction. Never before have Ukrainians transacted so frequently internationally. In the past a year and a half, Ukrainians have initiated so many transactions, sometimes spontaneously without any prior planning. But at any rate, one consequences of that is that we have accumulated much more experience, making the competitiveness of the Ukrainian society much higher than before. While important to make sure that Ukrainians who stay abroad would want to come back to Ukraine rather than stay where they are now. Well, discussing a bit further this international aspect, dear ladies and gentlemen, at this time of uncertainty with regard to the war and trying to imagine Ukraine 2030, 2040, we may conclude that the Ukrainian society is identifying multiple aspects of soft power that help us well promote exports opportunities, promote contacts, business contacts, academic contacts, cross borders. So, is where can the Ukrainian society support the growth of this soft power in the international arena so that our voice can be heard more distinctly in view of our victory and our future? Ready? I am, but I feel embarrassed by the fact that I seem to be starting all rounds of answers. Well, I discern three tracks at least. Well, professional negotiation, so to speak. Again, I see that our civil society has made huge strides here. We advocate for F-16s, for assistance packages. We communicate with Congress people, but I would encourage colleagues to help spread this experience. There are rules, after all, diplomatic protocols, etc. Another track is culture. Culture is where we really need to change attitude to culture. You may have missed findings of a recent studies showing why it is so difficult for Western elites to cancel Russian elites. Dostoevsky, Russian ballet, had for a long time meant to be a man or a woman of culture, so to abandon this Russian culture might be interpreted as trying to cancel one's own cultivatedness. I don't know whether you heard about that. Oksana Zabushko found a book in France where the biggest countries of the world were depicted as some symbols. Tour d'Eiffel, Pisa Tower, and Ukraine was shown as a country with lots of fir trees. So we have to replace those fir trees with something meaningful so that people around the world could understand why Ukrainians are here, what they've done to preserve the European identity, and the third track is, well, daily communication. We need to show people what they can discuss in communicating with their Western hosts. Okay, people live at their hosts, they communicate with their newly acquired colleagues, and they do not know what they explain about this war, about the causes of this war. For us, it's obvious we fight because otherwise we die, but people who are abroad might sometimes be lost for words trying to explain this.
Насправді треки три, але вони
Yeah, well, three tracks agree, but they are all part of a bigger communication strategy. The one that we should probably develop, having this international dimension in mind. Develop, test, and implement.
будемо реалізовувати комунікаційну стратегію, про нас знати.
if we succeed in implementing a proper communication strategy, people will know about that, will be able to develop and implement public policies in this area, and people will start recognizing Ukraine as a country, not just a forest full of fir trees. And maybe the very attitude towards our nation will change
У нас є безумовно
drastically.
момент, унікальний момент, коли
No doubt,
скажімо,
it's a
меншими зусиллями
unique
більшого результату.
time when we can spare less effort to achieve more because of that attention to us and the contrast to those fir trees you mentioned. This is when we can show clearly that it's not firs that you can find in Ukraine, but next day it won't be enough. The next day, when it becomes important to win empathy, as it was important initially when we reached out to numerous audiences that hadn't known about us anything before. But further down the road, we'd have to be very attentive and diligent to learn about other nations' calendars, schedules, and train people in skillfully using the language of senses, not the language of tongues. So we have to train people who are qualified in that. Well, the processes like that are going on. We support them. I can refer to the academic exchange of volunteers, well, celebrities after all. This is something that should take place.
Я думаю, що динаміка тут зараз є непогана.
And the dynamics is pretty promising, but clearly there may be not enough time for everything or energy for everything. And we are well aware of that ongoing challenge of proper prioritization. The only way out from it is, well, to invite more people to the team, so to speak. As we are nearing our final round in the discussion, I would challenge you to think how we can become stronger as a civil society. During the break, I approach our guests and ask them what they'd be interesting to hear about. One of those big questions was about social coherence and solutions that the civil society may offer in order to reduce those social cuts and gaps based on one's experience, military versus civilian, deployment versus staying in the rear. So, well, right, you are. We have referred to a number of gaps existing or in the making. Social coherence, therefore, its principle, and civil society organizations are to play an important role in enhancing that social coherence. And by the way, there exist both horizontal links. We've been talking about veterans, IDPs, increase in the numbers of persons with disabilities. They are all different groups of the society with their specific experience, but at the same time, part of that single civil society of Ukraine. How we should also mention that horizontal coherence, the trust of people in their government. We mentioned reforms today and said that unless you have this trust and patience, you won't succeed with transformation. Speedy solutions won't be capable of getting implemented. Civil society organizations can do a lot to strengthen that coherence by creating platforms for discussions and dialogue, platforms where people, including representatives of the vulnerable groups, articulate their needs, or involvement in volunteer activities. Volunteerism, bringing people around one goal, contributes to greater social cohesion. Access to information and education. We talked about the need to invite people in decision making, but we should also understand that ordinary citizens may often be missing out on understanding that policy-making lingo to contribute effectively. Civil society organizations, due to their joint activities at the community level, may contribute to greater social cohesion and building trust of the society in the government. Well, unity, synergy, I'll add to Alexander's words. Once there was a case, I was still at the hospital, and then National Guards General calls me and says, "Hey, Sergeant, you need to come and talk because you have that experience." And I then closed my eyes and said, look, I can't make it." "Oh, fine," he says. And then I hear that many officers of the National Guard show signs of suicidal behavior. So how can you help us? Okay. So we talk to our partners and offer art therapy classes to our colleagues. I ask Budanova, Lika Spivakovska, and they start displaying their art at different galleries. Well, Volodya comes in his 3-meter-long Maybach business, and people all of a sudden start to see that even though they may lack extremities, are needed as much by the society. As a result, the adherence grew, and the
Да, продовжу.
suicidal tendencies decreased.
економічне відновлення, що запросили. І
Generally, I'd say to say thank you to the conveners, to Kirillo for bringing up this veterans agenda, and of course, I would like to appreciate IRF
досвіду сприяння там ветеранським підприємствам.
for scaling up our activities. We have been quite successful in our interaction with the Ministry of Social Policies
Ми бачимо
and Ministry of Economy in supporting veterans
на етапі
entrepreneurship. This
стартована ветеранським бізнесом.
water here was initially
Ветерани там взяли кошти.
funded by the veterans businesses, well, startup. Can you imagine?
Ну, тому що мета нашої
Well, because the mission of our association is to make veterans a leading moving force behind our economic development, whereas
ветеранській бізнесі.
in turn promoting the development of veterans businesses.
Ветерансько-українського фонду
By the way, on screens you can see some results of the study we did.
українців більше, ніж інші.
As you can see, there are more entrepreneurs now in trenches than there are other categories of citizens. Now, we were discussing the return of our citizens from abroad, but there are our fellow citizens who are in the country but not yet back home. They come, many of them wounded.
За кордоном чи ті, які зараз на фронті.
God knows who will prevail, those who are abroad or those who are in the trenches. And our task is to offer them some prospects for them, for their families that may be abroad. They have to be confident in their future and in the future of their children.
Портрет
Yeah, that's
часів АТО.
the portrait of a veteran entrepreneur changed since the time of the anti-terrorist organization. They are not just individual businesses. No, they are representatives of medium and large businesses. Mr. Gusovsky is at the front line. My or had
Ви всі під Кремлем вже без ноги.
he is
Я коли дивлюсь свої там останні інтерв'ю, правильно говорити, то я, знаєте, бачу якогось чувака без ноги, про якого кажуть, що він там один.
when I watch my own interview that he was one of the best sharpshooters.
Це залучення інвестицій. І той чувак,
So that guy without a leg is, well, myself. Or take another member of our association, member of important business. So soldiers did what they were expected to do. They killed the adversary. I myself have over 100 confirmed kills.
я вважаю, що я ніколи не буду таким, як був раніше.
I'll never be someone who I used to be. So the society should probably do their part.
Хоче знову бути підприємцем.
An entrepreneur returning from the trenches want to become an entrepreneur yet again when they
Без ноги, без руки.
when they return, probably with their arm or leg severed or sight lost. How would they be able to compete with those who stayed behind and could participate in bids and something?
Яка ситуація у нас в державі зараз? Значить, законодавство стосовно ветеранського підприємства
Now
існує.
look at the current situation, current status. There is no legislation on veterans businesses. There are no effective government policies, and the society is
Активна громадськість активно включається в такі.
treats us differently.
Ну, у взаємодії і з ветеранськими спільнотами,
So
і з державою, і з міжнародною спільнотою. І активно пушить. Чому? Так?
So why does the society
Тому що потрібно реінтегрувати військове підприємство знову у суспільство. Розхожа фраза, але зараз ситуація зворотня.
do it because they understand that veterans have to be reintegrated? And there are 2.5 million combatants who will have to be reintegrated in the society. It's a bilateral road with the government and the general public. What do we have to do? What should we do? That divide that Alexandra mentioned, civilian businesses and military businesses. Military experience, no military experience. Well, both sides need to interact effectively because it's all about building reputation and authority. And we have to be able to interact with them effectively. On communication, just a short quotation from the Audit Chamber's report on the Ministry of Veterans. Well, apart from the fact that 182 million hryvnias were not used effectively, it says that the combatants have no access to up-to-date information on their entitlements and services. So the guy comes from a rotation and they don't know what they are entitled to. And of course, they would react accordingly. The society wouldn't like that response. And that's why actually we had to act proactively and develop effective communication, because communication currently is, well, all we need. We need to communicate what we've done, where we failed. I already mentioned our joint project with IRF. Due to their support, we implemented veteran entrepreneurship training course. We did it in Kiev and in the regions, and thanks to it, we scaled it up to territorial communities. We also did it several rounds, so to speak. As a result, 50 veteran-led businesses. We also issued private veterans bonds, and these proceeds are used to invest in veterans-led businesses. And by the way, the interest is running from 0.5 to 8%
Ми,
PA.
як реакція бізнесу на ці облігації, я пішов з ними, там спілкувався, благав.
I also talked to veteran businesses. The
Спочатку кажуть, значить, нам цікаві, ну так, обтікаємо, кажуть, слухай, нам цікаві ті військові, які зараз нас захищають.
some said we'd probably focus on investing in businesses owned by the guys still defending us in the trenches, and those who may have already lost their extremities. You understand that in this case,
Кримінал. З тими наволочками і тим залізяками, які на руках, це дуже така сумна буде історія. Але лід потрохи тронувся.
anyway, the ice has already shattered, broken, and there are those who already bought those bonds. We have had a successful pilot supported by the Ministry of Economy, Military Spouse, it's called. We did another good project with the Ministry of Social Policy and case managers or veterans assistants, so to speak, who are appointed in every community. So this, in fact, helps. Steps like that help build bridges and take down barriers. Thank you, Sergei. You seem to have taken us to that last blitz, reintegration of veterans and adaptation to civilian life. So 30 seconds, your success story, you yourself been part of or witnessed, which cases you'd want to highlight that contribute to social cohesion. Because after all, this is a hefty penny into the piggy bank of Ukraine's human capital. I am partial to international advocacy, therefore I'll say that Ukrainians have already established a long list of success stories, successful cases, starting from the sanctions, freezing Russian assets, identification and seizure of Russian assets, and promotion of Ukrainian products around the world, something that was already mentioned. I would also mention probably that a couple of days I was in Ivano-Frankivsk, where we have a very successful case of interaction between SMEs, local businesses, relocated businesses, local government, different creative industries and individuals, education professionals, and this all makes a very productive and creative system in itself that is expanding and expanding pretty dynamically. So all the time I ask myself whether it can be replicated or scaled up. Not easier said than done. Transplanting someone else's experience grown in an environment when you have proper leadership and quality management cannot always be transplanted mechanically. But this is an example of something that might be found useful internationally. That's something, and I think that we can find examples like that in droves. Natalia Oksana, I'd highlight the program we've been implementing jointly with the Ministry of Sports and Youth, involvement of the young generation in Vidnova recovery program, a program uniting representatives of the creative industries and volunteers. Young people restore youth spaces in their communities, and by doing so, they make friends with the local youth, depending on, well, at Ivankiv we had an exchange. We talked about culture today, and Ivankiv is the home town of Maria Primachenko. So young people learn critical thinking skills. They establish ties with the local government, and after they're gone, enabled young people from amongst the local stay there that can take this initiative on. Well, I find it very difficult to single anyone out. 700 grantees this year, 500 last year. So I would rather refer to movements. First, that extraordinary fundraising Ukrainians been doing, unprecedented in techniques, in creativity. I'm not if you saw that Vasily Baidak's getting his hair cut, something that you do all those fairs, and I would support. This is something that deserves to be promoted internationally as a unique, unprecedented Ukrainian experience, because and second movement that inspires me personally is how the charity foundations have, so to speak, assumed the new wave of volunteers and proceeded with creating all those creative hubs, excellence, centers of excellence, and this all brings hope that divides and gaps will indeed vanish.
Я хочу сказати прикро, що ми з Дмитром приймемо в секторі, який дуже однаково направлений. Це міжнародна адвокація.
International advocacy is something that makes us similar to IRF and
Дмитрович пішов
our cooperation with the Commerce and Trade Chamber.
ветеранських компаній на міжнародній
Advocacy of veteran-led companies and businesses at international markets. This has been a very successful project. Plus, we
тому що відзначити
putting our chip in yet another project. Yuri Filuk
точно це реалізує і
is the one who is in charge, who was in charge. And there's one internal story, CEO club in relation to mentorship. I am still excited at the response of this country largest CEO.
записується у нас іде навчальна програма.
We have the training course. There are two business startups, level 1 and level 2. We are still refining it with Aspen alumni on. So this first program are, well,
Бізнесмени їх менторять, і ви не уявляєте, які будуть результати.
you can just imagine the effect. A veteran watched
Який вичищає поверхні, не пошкоджуючи їх. Дренажкою там чи шкуркою.
something on YouTube, took a loan of $15,000, went to China, found a laser machine, a portable edition, came to us, took this training course, learned about marketing. He had never been an entrepreneur before, started promotion, and when you remember when they wanted to replace the symbols on the statue of motherland, he was the one who used his laser to clear off the remains of the Soviet emblem from that shield. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure about you, but I myself learned a lot about new cases that made me even more sure that every day takes us closer to our victory. Let's give a round of applause for them. Kirill, thank you very much, dear colleagues. I hope that you wouldn't mind taking part in our final reception and networking. I would like to say thank you to all the attendees, including those online, that 1,000 plus are still with us. I am happy to know that this forum has successfully been held. I understand that now clear about what we need to do to achieve those goals. Let me thank those who supported the event, the studies underpinning it, UNICEF, UNDP, the Royal Embassy of the Netherlands to Ukraine, Grunt Media, ACC, EBA, our information partners and sponsors, and of course, our biggest thank you should go to our defenders who let us all be here. The official part is over, but the coffees and the desserts are waiting. You're outside. Let's be together. Let's work together. Let's develop that human capital together. Thank you.